Live from the Sky Dome in Toronto, Canada, it's Oakland A's baseball tonight. They play the Toronto Blue Jays. Here's the batting order for tonight. Ricky Henderson, the left fielder, will lead it off for the Athletics, with Dave Henderson batting second. Playing center field, Carney Lansford will bat third and play third base. Mark McGuire, the first baseman, hits cleanup. Terry Steinbach, the catcher, fifth. Felix Jose, the right fielder, sixth. Willie Randolph is the designated hitter tonight. Might be the first time he's done that. Walt Weiss, the shortstop, batting eighth. And batting ninth for the A's, second baseman Mike Gallego.
Defensively for the Toronto Blue Jays, George Bell in left field, Mookie Wilson in center, Junior Felix in right field, Kelly Gruber at third base, Tony Fernandez at shortstop, Manny Lee at second base, Fred McGriff at first base, Greg Myers behind the plate, and left-hander John Cerruti on the mound. John Cerruti, he has not faced the A's this season. Last year he was 0-2. There you see his numbers for this year. This is his 15th start of the season. Back when the A's were here earlier in the season, John Cerruti on the second game of that series had been sent down to the bullpen, and David Wells got the start actually against the Athletics in Oakland. But John Cerruti didn't stay down there very long due to an injury to Jimmy Key. He was back in the starting rotation, and he has been pitching very well since he did miss that one start. He's now held the opponents to 2 earned runs or less in his 5 of his last 6 starts. So he's a left-hander who changes speeds very well. The A's have put in an all right-handed hitting lineup, and they will just try to be hitting the ball up the middle. I think Merv Redmond says it best. They have to try to concentrate on the middle part of the field. If you try to pull a guy like John Cerruti, you're going to hit a lot of ground balls to the infield. The left side of this infield is an excellent one, with Fernandez at shortstop and Kelly Gruber at third base.
Well, Ray, you were alluding to the roof in your pregame talk here tonight and saying that they were talking about taking it off. They ended up not taking it off. So the roof is on the Sky Dome here, and it is packed to the roof here with fans as usual. They're averaging 45,908 fans per game this year. That's their average. The A's are having a great year and are averaging 35,500 per contest. So there is just no team in baseball outside of maybe the Dodgers that has a chance of drawing the number of people that they do here at the Sky Dome.
Well, if you want a ticket to this weekend, you better already have it, because all 4 ball games are already sold out. The club will enter the All-Star break 27 consecutive sellouts.
Now, I started to say they ended the season about the same way last year too, Ray. So these are the 2 top attendance teams in the American League, and they're going head-to-head. Interesting too, we talked just a moment about it before the game. The Toronto Blue Jays went into their last series against the Boston Red Sox, their closest pursuers. By a half game, they were in front of the Red Sox when that series started. They came out of their 3.5 game back. The A's went into their series against the Chicago White Sox, came out of that still in front. But in the last game against Detroit, the A's lost while the White Sox were sweeping the California Angels. So the A's start play tonight not quite a half game out of first place.
4 percentage points. And I tell you, you look at the Chicago White Sox. Tony La Russa was talking about how well they played, and they have had the last 2 road trips. They swept the Minnesota Twins in 3 ball games, swept the A's, and they swept the California Angels. So they are 9-0 in their last 9 games on the road.
Ricky Henderson gets a slow curveball. We'll see a lot of those tonight from Cerruti if he stays around. He gets it over, says plate umpire Drew Coble. So we are underway in the most marvelous place that's ever been built on this face of the earth for this kind of thing and entertainment of all kinds. The Toronto Sky Dome. Cerruti's thrown 2 slow curveballs to Ricky Henderson now. He's ahead of him at 0-2. Cerruti will give up about as many hits as innings pitched. As a matter of fact, a few more hits than innings pitched so far this year. He doesn't walk a lot of batters. He showed him 2 slow curveballs and then busted a fastball to the outside, and Ricky did not go for it.
That's what that slow curveball will do. Get you thinking about off speed, then the fastball looks much faster.
Ricky fouls this one back. It's a ball and 2 strikes. Well, you talk about an impact player in the playoffs last year here in this ballpark. Ricky Henderson definitely was an impact player. He and Jose Canseco left him talking all around the world because the games were all televised everywhere. The A's don't have Jose in there tonight. Probably won't for the entire series. The ball to Ricky at 2-0.
I think it's a good decision on his part and the athletics part to make sure that when he does come back, he's 100%. Because one thing you don't want to do is have him rush and have that wrist be even more tender and be hurt more and miss more time than he already has.
Well, he hates to miss this series. Henderson hits the ball in the air to left center field. Mookie Wilson is drifting back on it. Makes the catch, and there's one away. Boy, Mookie had a tough series defensively over in Boston. I'd like to remind you that the Northern California Honda dealers are going to be planting 100 trees for each A's home run in tonight's ball game.
Just throw a lot of junk in.
Went out. Here's Dave Henderson now. Well, I tell you what, this fellow in 3 games in a row came as close as you can come to hitting 3 dramatic home runs in the 9th inning to either tie or win ball games for the A's. He did manage to do it in one of them, but he hit 2 other balls right to the wall in the last inning. Jerks this one foul. It's strike 1.
That's why you don't want to leave your seats at the Coliseum if you're there watching the ball game when he comes up in the bottom of the 9th inning. Actually, with anybody, because you never know the power that these guys have, the dramatics that they like to be faced with. I mean, that's a time that everybody dreams about, and you want to be successful in it.
Hindu fouls this one just below us. It can still be very high and still be below us. Believe me, we're up in a nosebleed section here. Dave Henderson has hit 13 homers this year. Cerruti has allowed 10 home runs in 15 games. 82 innings. Here's a look at where we are, and Henderson hits this one foul. And for the distance of home runs easily.
Hey, Cerruti is a sinker ball pitcher. As a matter of fact, he was working on that as he was getting the fastball up too much in the strike zone, and you get a lot of fly balls that way. If he gets the sinker down, he'll get the ground balls, and that's what he has to have.
There's how high we are, Ray. Just had a close-up on us and pulled away. Hindu takes it way outside. We're in what would be called, I guess, the 4th tier of this stadium.
It's a long walk, too.
Oh.
One thing they don't have in the Sky Dome are good elevators. If you wait for the elevator, you'll miss the ball game. Definitely will get your exercise here. Just nothing wrong with that, but sometimes in your hurry, you start sprinting up those stairs.
Just cut down on the number of trips up and down, that's all. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 3-2 now. Well, it's been started off as if it were going to be a bad day weather-wise up here in Toronto, about 50 degrees, 20-mile-an-hour winds, and rain early morning. Cleared up by noon. Struck him out. 2 down.
Three and two. You can't look for the good fastball, even though Dave Henderson gets it. You can see that he had waited on his swing, and the fastball snuck by him. But that's what the off-speed type pitcher will do for you. Get you thinking about it. 3-2. You don't want to look foolish looking for the off-speed and have the fastball thrown by you.
Carney Lansford is 30 RBIs now, or 8 more than he had even at the All-Star break last year. Cerruti gets a fastball strike in on him. It's 0-1. Almost all of those very expensive hotel rooms facing the ballpark are filled tonight. The restaurants are filled, the bars filled, the seats are filled. Goodness. There's a look at the hotel rooms up there. Look at the people just leaning out. Outside. Temperature outside right now is 23 degrees, but that's not 75 degrees Fahrenheit. 75 Fahrenheit outside.
It's about 85 in here.
Want to scare you. It's been a beautiful day up here.
I wonder if Wally has a 7-second delay on that camera shot of the hotel up there.
2 balls, 1 strike. Carney slashes it foul down the right field line. We were with some natives of Toronto here today and spent a good deal of the day with them. They were talking about how people in this town will pay anything if the entertainment is right. And he said for years they're going to be coming up here paying exorbitant prices. It's inexplicable how anyone would pay what they pay for those hotel rooms and have lousy seats for a baseball game. Cerruti makes a nice pickup and throws him out. 3 up, 3 down. After half inning, no score. Cito Gaston, skipper of the Toronto Blue Jays, and a good one he's turned into be. He has this lineup for tonight. Junior Felix, the right fielder. Tony Fernandez, the shortstop. Kelly Gruber, the third baseman. George Bell, left fielder. Fred McGriff at first, batting fifth. John Olerud, the DH. Greg Myers, the catcher. Manny Lee, the second baseman, and Mookie Wilson, the center fielder. They've had basically that same lineup all year, Ray, and injury-free almost.
Defensively for the Athletics, Ricky Henderson in left, Dave in center field, Felix Jose in right field, Carney Lansford at third base, Walt Weiss at shortstop, Mike Gallego at second base, Mark McGuire at first, Terry Steinbach behind the plate. Right-hander Dave Stewart on the mound for the Athletics, looking for win number 10, and it's been a while that he has been looking for number 10. He's lost 5 of his last 6 starts. He has pitched well. The A's in the losses have scored a total of 15 runs in the 5 losses. But Dave Stewart against the Toronto Blue Jays lifetime is 8-6. However, as a member of the Athletics, he is 8-3 with a 2.26 earned run average. And I think if anybody can get a road trip started off on the right foot, and Tony La Russa and Dave Duncan set it up a lot of times where the rotation against certain ball clubs, and of course Dave's turn came up, and it's the kind of guy you like to have starting a series.
Well, he was the kind of a guy the A's needed to pick that game against the White Sox the last time he pitched against them, and at one span in that game he retired 16 batters in a row. At another span, 9 in a row, so he had 25 consecutive outs, but in between those he had 1 bad inning, and it cost him the ball game. Even though the A's did bail him out, tied up in the 9th, came back out in the 10th and lost the game. Here's Junior Felix taking outside, ball 1. One of the really unusual events of this season will have to be written up in the fact that Dave Stewart had left the dugout before the A's batted in the last half of the 9th inning and gone back into the dressing room, which is some distance from the dugout. Pitch outside a ball, and Ray, I never did confirm it, but I heard several times that he had actually even taken his uniform off and put ice on his shoulder. Had that happened?
The uniform top.
His top, yeah, right. And had put ice on his shoulder. Pitch outside, ball 3, and this is where Dave has gotten in trouble when he's been in trouble in most games, is with control.
Right now he's just not following through and leaving everything outside to the left-handed hitter.
And he left another one out there, and Junior Felix is on to start the ball game.
One of the things, Cito Gaston, you talked about the lineup for the Blue Jays. About a month ago, he decided to change the lineup, put Junior Felix, who had been hitting 9th, put him at the top of the order. Tony Fernandez, who had been the leadoff hitter, was moved down to number 2, and they've been very successful in that positioning in the lineup. Fernandez just not doing the thing at the top of the order, but he's good hit and run. Felix Jose, who has 10 stolen bases, is at first base. He runs well, so you have a good hitter with good bat control hitting in the 2nd spot.
You'd look for them to be a little aggressive early in this ball game too, after losing 4 in a row over there and facing the A's, who have had a habit of jumping on top of the Toronto Blue Jays early. So we might see some things happening right here. Fernandez came out of last night's game over in Boston early in the game. That hits the umpire and bounces fair, but it hit the umpire in foul territory, so that made it a foul ball. Tim Welke got nailed on that one.
Tony Fernandez turning, looking for a fastball. He got it inside part of the plate, and Welke tried to jump out of the way, but it found his foot. And he's not going to rub it. You can better believe that, because they have 49,000 fans. We let him know about it.
He's right where he's supposed to be. He's outside the foul line. So if a ball does hit him, that's where it's going to be, as a foul ball. Felix got a little bigger lead now. His foot's almost up on the carpet. Stu misses outside. Dave likes to work the corners. The one game where he really got pounded this year in Detroit, he said the umpire took everything away from him except the middle 4 inches of the plate. Boy, anybody throws in there is going to get hit hard if you have to do it all night.
Fernandez, as we saw on the first pitch, trying to pull it. He has the big hole, and that's what a good hitter will do. He'll look for certain pitches.
Here goes the runner. Steiny's throw is there. Great tag by Gallego. Mike Gallego caught that ball on his back and put the tag on the sliding Felix.
If you're a catcher, this is what you like to see. As Junior Felix going in head first, which helps Mike. And there's the bounce, the throw.
Wow.
And Mike Gallego staying right there.
That is some play. He even had to catch that ball on the skip.
Yep.
I hadn't realized that originally.
He also got kicked with the left foot as he was coming in. The spike, catching his left shoulder.
Tell you what, he can flat play the game.
Yes, he can.
Well, Stu's gone to 3-1 on another hitter now. Strike two.
Pitchers try to, as you mentioned, hit the outside corner, and there's a fine line out there, you know, of staying on the corner or being outside. It's just something you work on. Sometimes a catcher has to make an adjustment, move in just a little bit if the ball's sinking too much.
Ball four. Oh, he's walked the first two batters of the game.
Let's see what happens. He's facing a couple of right-handed hitters now, and Kelly Gruber and George Bell. But this is a guy you don't want to try to make too many adjustments with, especially go to the middle of the part of the plate, because he has hit 20 home runs. Leading the American League in RBIs with 64, as he has passed Cecil Fielder.
And a 309 hitter to boot. First breaking ball of the night, and it's in the dirt outside for ball one. Well, this guy developed real quickly after he got to the big leagues, Ray. We used to hear his name a lot in the minors. And then when he got up here and they gave him that third base job, boy, as he rewarded them with some super play defensively and, of course, particularly at the plate. Good breaking ball for a strike, 1-1.
Amazing thing about Kelly Gruber, last year he had 18 home runs. That was his career high. He has already passed that by 2, and it's not even All-Star break yet. But I think this year, they talked about the baseball in 1987, the rabbit ball, the ball jumping out of the ballpark. They talk about it this year also, but people also will say that pitching is not what it has been.
John McLaren, third base coach of the Blue Jays, throws that one back in.
I think the pitching part of it goes back to spring training, where spring training was shortened. Might be proof that you do need the extra time, especially for the pitching staffs.
Well, Kelly Gruber shows up in a lot of the American League stats. He's 4th in home runs. He is 1st in runs batted in. He is 1st in runs scored. He is 9th in hitting average. So he is all over the place. He is even 4th in multi-hit games. Having an outstanding offensive year. He is leading the league in number of extra base hits. Stu left him up there with a great pitch. That might have been his first fork ball of the night. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly what it was. You can tell by the way the ball goes straight down. The breaking ball would break more away from the hitter. But Stu not afraid to throw it to right-handers or left-handers.
Or here's another guy. Look at this. How about these guys batting back-to-back? Bell's 17 homers and 56 RBIs. You wonder Gruber's had so many that there were any left up there for Bell, who bats out of more of a deep crouch than about any power hitter in the league right now. Stu misses ball one. I was asking Gene Tennis, the hitting coach of the Toronto Blue Jays, about a lot of their players tonight, and I said, who is your best pure hitter on this ball club?
Let me guess.
Who?
The designated hitter, John Olerud.
He said he's going to be. He said probably right now the most consistent guy they got is George Bell,
Right.
even ahead of Gruber. Yeah, when Olerud comes up, we'll tell you about him. Tennis talked about him for 5 minutes down there.
They probably just highlighted it.
Yeah.
See, kid can hit.
There's Olerud. He's got a helmet on. He's ready if they need him. Take 2 more batters to get up after Bell before they get to him. Fernandez, good lead at first at holding. Bell hits it deep to left center field, but not deep enough. Felix Jose's got it, and Dave Stewart leaves a man on. So there's no score after 1 inning. And at the Sky Dome in Toronto, Mark McGuire, the first baseman, leads it off for the Athletics. For those of you who were saying that dummy doesn't know the difference in Ricky Henderson and Felix Jose, I said Felix Jose caught that last ball in left field, and that would have been a great run because he was playing right when the ball was hit.
Well, you could have said Junior Felix, and he would have had to run from the dugout.
McGuire takes a strike on the black. Right on the outside corner. It's 1-1. Boy, Mark is just going along, generating a very productive year for the Athletics. 20 of his 52 hits have gone the distance. There's a drive to left, and he really hit it. George Bell was playing on the warning track at that time.
Mark hits very well in Canada. He hit very well over at the Exhibition Stadium. Also hit very well here last year when the stadium opened up. The Sky Dome opened, and the A's came in for the final trip of the season, also the postseason. A couple of games played here.
Had a big Canadian Football League exhibition game here last night. I think that was right here in this ballpark, wasn't it? Yeah, they had a football game here last night. Put down a whole new carpet, new markings. Steinbach fouls it off. When we came in, we noticed lights were on at the old exhibition stadium. That's where they used to play the football games for the Toronto Argonauts.
Just to let the Seagulls know where they have to land, because Seagulls over there, that was one of the biggest problems with that ballpark. Especially afternoon ball games, late afternoon, the Seagulls came in, they would land on right field.
Steinbach faking a bunt, takes outside. Yeah, the score of that game last night, 60-19 or something like that. They don't call them the Argonauts anymore. They shorten it. Argos. The Toronto Argos. Newspaper people probably talked them into changing that. Ball and a strike on Steinbach. Nobody down. We're in the second of a scoreless game. First of 4 here at the Sky Dome. And going to second, and they still get McGuire. Boy, Kelly Gruber had a slow hopper to third, had to go into foul territory almost to field it.
And I never did see an umpire call it fair or foul.
I kept waiting, and the third base umpire waited to see whether it was past the bag or in front of it.
Nobody ever called it. Gruber doing the right thing, going ahead and playing the baseball. He's over the bag and then looks immediately to second base, and Andy Lee taking the throw, stretching like a first baseman rather than thinking about a double play.
The rule is for the umpires, the home place umpire calls it fair or foul until it gets to the third base bag. Now here is Felix Jose. Some guy saying, you don't look like Jose. He doesn't look like the other Jose. And Cerruti's probably glad the other one's not in the lineup here. Anybody would be if he's a pitcher.
Saw Cerruti's move over to first base. Caught Ricky Henderson last year in postseason. 26 runners attempting to steal, only 12 were successful with Cerruti on the mound. He gives you a good look to first base and also freezes it with that leg kick, as a lot of left-handers can do. Jimmy Key also does a good job of it.
Ball hit in the air to deep right center field. Mookie Wilson slowing down as he gets to the warning track. He's got it. Felix Jose gave it a good ride, but didn't get it out of here.
Had the right idea going up the middle. However, the ball up in the air too much, as Wilson able to get under it. He has good speed, able to cover a lot of ground in center field here.
Here now is Willie Randolph. And Willie, after a very slow start with the A's, is in the midst of his hottest spell with the bat since coming here. He's had 10 hits in his last 25 at bats, including a double and 3 runs batted in. So he's raised his average 51 points during that stretch. Got out in front of that one, fouled it off. It's really unique to see a team like Detroit and then a team like here in Toronto after playing the White Sox, where they move their outfielders on about every pitch and have some very radical shifts, particularly on men like Randolph, Walt Weiss coming up, Gallego. Boy, they had some of the most radical defensive shifts I've seen in this league. Can't fault them on it. They're leading the league right now. But these teams just sort of play everybody about the same, move over a little bit here and there. Randolph hits one in the air to Mookie Wilson in deep center field, but it's just too big for our guys here in this inning. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left, and the score, nothing. Well, it's a little ways off, but you certainly need to make note of this, that July 14th, a Saturday, is the next Unocal 76 pin day at the Coliseum. The A's play the Milwaukee Brewers, and the first 20,000 fans who come will receive a Unocal 76 pin just like this one. It depicts the 1973 World Championship when the A's beat the Mets in 7 games. You can get tickets by phoning any of those numbers tonight or during the weekend between now and July 14th. Speaking of Unocal 76, the A's have representatives of that company plus several of their major sponsors, radio and television sponsors, on this trip to Toronto. I think there are about 60 of them here enjoying so far the weekend. Fred McGriff, after a forkball, not getting it, strike 1.
And Fred McGriff has been very hot. 7 hits in his last 8 at bats. Had 2 home runs last night off Roger Clemens at Fenway Park.
That brought him to number 5 in the home run list in the American League.
He was struggling earlier in this season. The Athletics faced him at 15 home runs now, 41 RBIs. You just know that he's going to get hot and start swinging the bat very well.
Stu's ahead of him at 0-2. Strike 3 called. He got him looking. Stu got that outside call that time.
Couple of fork balls, and here comes the fastball. And this is what Dave has been trying to do. Was trying to do it in the first inning to the 2 left-handed hitters. He finally got it to Fred McGriff.
Here's John Olerud, the young designated hitter right out of college to the major leagues. Wow, Gene Tennis was telling me this guy may have the best eyes of anybody he's ever seen in the big leagues. As far as picking the ball up, he said he can pick the spin up on a curveball almost out of the pitcher's hand. He said he's just never seen anybody with an eye like this guy, and he swings at good pitches mostly. Forkball, he's missing that one. Strike 2. That's a heck of a pitch.
You know one other player who could do that very well?
Who?
Ted Williams.
I heard that, yeah.
Yep.
That's what they always said, that he could see it and he swung at good pitches, and that's the difference of a lot of points on your average. Stu threw that one in the dirt. But Tennis thinks that this man, I said, how good will he be? And he said he's going to be a batting champion in the American League, and more than one time before he quits.
Bobby Doerr played for the Boston Red Sox. There's Gene Tennis. But Bobby Doerr played with the Red Sox, also with Ted Williams, said that this young man has a swing very similar to Ted Williams, and that good eye, has power, hits to all fields.
Took a close one right there. Gino said a tough left-hander had him down in the count. He had thrown him 2 fastballs for strikes, had him down 0-2, and threw a wicked slider. This kid hit it in the second deck in right field for a home run on an 0-2 count. from a left-handed pitcher. It's gone to 3-2 right here. Now I don't care who it is. You, in order to hit a high average, have got to swing at strikes. He swung at a forkball right there. That was one great pitch, and old Root is out.
All right, guys, not in Boston now.
A chance to see the 3-2 pitch from Dave Stewart and the swing. I think that might have been the fastball.
Fastball right there. It surely was.
Exactly. Dave struck John Olerud out twice in the 9-inning pitcher performance at the Oakland Coliseum. Bob Walsh got him 3 times here in the ball game, and Dennis Eckersley 1 time. The Olerud in the 1 game here against Walsh and Eckersley, 4 at bats, 4 strikeouts.
Here's Myers. 2 misses high, 2 balls and no strikes. We have no score in our game. 2nd inning, 2 down. Nailed the corner with that one. 2-1. Myers, pretty good looking young catcher too. He's got 4 homers, 248 batting average.
Had a collision at the plate. I think it was Lou Whitaker. Ended up going on the disabled list. Pat Borders, their other platoon catcher. Borders hitting from the right side. Came in, did an excellent job hitting against right-handers as well as left-handers. Now that Myers had been back, went back to the platoon.
Our crack statistical crew in our production department has just come up with the fact that Olerud has struck out 8 times in 15 at-bats against the A's.
Yeah. Give the credit to the Athletics pitching staff.
Oh, good pitch, and down goes Myers, and Dave Stewart has struck out the side here in the 2nd inning. After 2, there's no score.
Dave Stewart striking out the side in the 2nd inning. Struck out 1 in the 1st inning, so 4 strikeouts for Dave. And you know, Monty, watching this jumbotron here, this huge screen, Diamond Vision, they were showing John Cerruti taking his warm-up tosses at an angle, which you see right there from the center field, looking in at the catcher. And if you ever want to try to figure out what a pitcher is throwing, just look at the screen. You don't have to look at television. You don't have to worry about in the on-deck circle. Just look at the screen. That's the best shot you're ever going to get.
That's the best clarity and the best of all of the jumbotrons or whatever you call them. That thing is the best anywhere. Walt Weiss takes a slow curveball for a call strike.
Called a big screen television set. That's
boy, it is. I'd like to have one with that clarity in my living room. Walt Weiss batting .279 coming in tonight, takes a curve low for a ball. Hitting .302 left-handed, .191 right-handed. Look at the size of that thing out there.
Able to put the player's picture up, plus a sponsor on the side of it.
High from Cerruti to Weiss. The A's have had 1 base hit so far in the 2 innings. We got more statistics than we could ever give you on the Sky Dome. Weiss hits the ball deep to left field. He really put a charge in it, and it is caught by Bell, I believe. The umpire hasn't called him out yet. Now he does. Oh my goodness, Walt Weiss really ripped that ball, and Bell caught it plowing into the wall.
Amazing thing about it, he must have hit a post as it was charging in. Walt, great swing on it. Bell not playing as deep as he had been against McGuire, and that's the reason this happened. But he kept his eye on the ball, made a tremendous catch. And you see right there, his face going into the Sox logo. Must have been a bar behind that, but outstanding catch by George Bell.
Well, that ball had a chance of going right out of his glove. It sort of crawled into the pocket after it hit. He got hit in the cheek. Look at that.
He was yelling at his bullpen. Toronto Blue Jays bullpen actually were right above, and he was motioning back to him. Let me know, let me know. There's the bullpen.
Guys out there laughing about it. Sitting there with a dislocated jaw. Well, Weiss is not going to hit one any harder than that. If he'd gotten a little more elevation on it, that was gone. Gallego takes inside. Carl Young just come up with this on the Jumbotron we're talking about. The largest video display board in the world uses 420,000 light bulbs. 33 feet high, 115 feet wide.
How often do they change those light bulbs?
Gallego fouls it off. I don't know, but if Canseco played here a whole lot, they may have to change it more frequently. He almost hit it earlier this year on a fly. You can buy one of those, folks, if you want one for your living room or wherever. $17 million that one cost. One ball, two strikes on Mike. So I get the feeling that Cerruti stays around. The A's are going to get to him. They're hitting the ball fairly well. Jose ripped one to the right center field alley. It was caught. Randolph hit one deep center. And now Walt Weiss hits it about as hard as he can hit it, batting right-handed. And Gallego rips another one, but it's right at somebody. My. He's not fooling anybody. The A's just don't have very good guidance system on that ball after they hit it.
Well, you just have to keep swinging. They're going to fall in. If you hit them that hard, they're going to find the hose.
Another two down. Back to the top of the batting order is Ricky Henderson. It's no score. The A's through the order one time, have only one base hit off Cerruti. Pitch high for a ball. Tomorrow, Bob Welch pitches for the A's against Dave Stieb. What a matchup that ought to be. Welch is 12-2. Stieb is 10-2. Low to Ricky, ball two. Our Sunday television matchup, Scott Sanderson 9-4 for the A's. Wells 5-2 for Toronto. Strike 2-1. Then to wind it up here on Monday, another afternoon game. Mike Moore for the A's against Jimmy Key of the Toronto Blue Jays. He takes outside. Tomorrow's game will be televised back to the Bay Area, by the way, on CBS. Jack Buck is here tonight watching this game, and he'll be working with Tim McCarver. It will be seen on Channel 5 in the Bay Area tomorrow, 10:15 in the morning. Henderson is on with two down. That is the first walk Cerruti has given up.
I mentioned earlier about Cerruti picking Ricky off first base in the League Championship Series, and probably get a chance to see Cerruti throw over a lot. He was third in pickoff throws last year, so you can imagine the number of throws he made. You talk about statistics. They keep everything. How many times a pitcher throws to first base? 249 times did he throw to first base, trying to keep runners close or pick them off.
But well, on the inevitable climb to the top, Ricky Henderson has 909 steals. He is just 30 away from becoming the all-time leading base burglar in the history of the game. Hindu takes outside, ball one. Ricky's received 49 walks now this year. They've had Dave Henderson's number pretty well. Ricky's asked for a sliding glove to be brought out. Bet Ty Cobb never did that. They didn't have gloves for those guys. Back to his glove he played with in the outfield wasn't a whole lot bigger than that one. Here's a drive to right field, hit well. It is really hit well, and there she went. Ricky doesn't know it yet, but Renee says, "Coast, baby." Hindu has done it again. A two-out dinger, number 14 for Dave Henderson.
Number 14 for Dave, and John Cerruti a little concerned about Ricky Henderson, but Dave Henderson a little closer to the plate, being able to handle that outside pitch. Didn't try to pull it. You know, we talked earlier, this ball carrying very well, and here's an example right here. This ball shot out to right center on the line. No doubt about it.
Low fastball to the outside part of the plate, and Hindu is just hitting everything right now.
You know what you'd ask the pitcher? You ask the catcher, say you can't make a better pitch, and they're right. You make a good pitch low and away. Tip your hat to the hitter for hitting it that hard, but at least you can say it wasn't middle of the plate where he was able to pull it and hit it even harder.
Great example of the fact that here's another ball in the infield hit by Carney, and Gruber throws him out. We started to say it's the temptation on every home run hit, say the pitcher made a mistake pitch. Not the case here, but the A's lead it 2-0. Well, Dave Stewart has been given a 2-0 lead. He struck out the side in the second inning. He'll face Manny Lee, Mookie Wilson, and Junior Felix here in the third. Interesting statistic we bring to you often. The A's this year have had the lead in 41 ball games, and they have won 35 of them. 35-6 when they score first. Dave misses it outside the ball.
Big inning for the A's because it's homestand, the one that just concluded. Many times the A's would score and the opposition would come right back the next at bat and score themselves. And right now you just want to shut them down, get back to the dugout.
Manny Lee swung mightily and hit that ball off the end of the bat, sort of cue balled it out to Carney Lansford, who threw him out one away.
You look at Carney making that play. He made it look a lot easier than it actually was. He did not have enough time to catch the ball. This ball's hit off the end of the bat, has a funny spin. Now watch Carney at third base. Fields it and throws from right there. Doesn't even plant other than just to make the strong throw, and that's not easy to throw that hard with a fast base runner and make it the throw straight enough so it's not sinking away from the first baseman.
Boy, when he looked up, Lee was on his way, well on his way to first base, so he didn't have time to take that traditional third baseman's hop before he threw. 1 ball, 1 strike to count. Mookie way out in front of that one. Boy, Wilson was really a factor in last night's game over in Boston. He dropped 2 fly balls last night. One of them in left center field. Bell ran fairly close to him, but really there was no chance of a collision. Mookie tried to backhand the ball below his knees when he could have caught it straight on. Down he goes, and they're 2 away, and Dave Stewart has now struck out 5 out of the last 7 men he's faced.
I think Mookie Wilson was trying to make the score 2-1 the way he was swinging against Dave in this at bat. Good fork ball, but you see how much he had opened up. He has to hit the ball up the middle of left field. He does not have that much power. Only 1 home run. He has not hit that many home runs in his career. But that's what a good pitcher and making good pitches will do to a hitter.
Tell you something, Dave Stewart has got some good stuff going tonight. He's got a good fastball. He's seeing mostly left-handed hitters, so he's throwing that fork ball a lot, and he's throwing it well. Here's Junior Felix, who walked first time up. Fouls off the first pitch here. Another one fouled off. Boy, Ray, one thing that makes this such a big take gross money every ball game is they have so many tickets that are high price tickets. 70% of their tickets average $15 and up. He got him looking. Strike 3 call, and a fork ball just dropped over the outside corner. Dave Stewart with 6 strikeouts already, and the A's lead 2-0. Here's Mark McGwire here at the Sky Dome. They have felt his bat pretty well before. Had a base hit his first time up. We get a quick shot of where, look where the left fielder's playing right now. Strike call. Bell, look at that. Man, is he deep or not? Mark having to adjust his contact lenses. Look at that. That's as far as you can play anybody without just getting up in the seats almost. Inside to McGwire. Tell you what, they had a pretty good knockdown battle over in Boston last night. Stottlemyre threw 2 pitches out of 3 over the head of Wade Boggs. Mark takes it low, a ball. Boggs turned around after the second one to the umpire and said, "What is this?" Joe Morgan came running out, asked what's going on. And it wasn't long after that Stottlemyre hit one of the Red Sox players, Dwight Evans. McGuire goes the other way off the end of the bat and fouls it off. I'm sick of seeing pitchers hit batters right now. Jose Canseco would be back in the lineup for the A's had it not been the first time he came back after his disability. He gets hit on the first pitch, or first time up, and can't come back now for no telling how long. Mark takes that one outside, 3-2. Benito Santiago of San Diego was hit by a pitch, knocked out with a broken wrist or arm. There's a high drive to right field. It may be too high. It is. Felix makes the catch.
A lot of times you see a pitcher throw an off-speed pitch on 2-2, miss, and have to come back with a fastball 3-2. It was just the opposite of what Cerruti did. A fastball missed, and here comes the curveball. Mark had waited very well on it, but he had gotten a little bit too much weight forward and then lifted it, got under the ball, and the pop-up instead of driving it for a base hit or the home run. But that's the confidence Cerruti has in his off-speed pitches.
Barry Steinbach takes inside. Steiny hit 500 on the last road trip through Chicago and Detroit. Was looking as good as he has ever looked at the plate. Got back home and just seemed to lose it all of a sudden. Pretty good swing on that one. It's 1-1. So hard to be a good hitter in Major League Baseball. Guy standing out there with the ball don't want you to be. Danny out in front of that one fouls it off. Just looking here, Ray, under the big top here in Toronto, they've had 181 events in here, and they had the roof off for 53 of those. So they're doing most of the shows in here with the dome closed. Tiny fouls off a fastball.
I was a little surprised earlier when word came down that they might open the roof for a night game. You figure that 3-day games, as this is a holiday weekend here, 3-day game starting tomorrow, you figure that weather's nice, they're going to open it then. They could always close it. It only takes 22 minutes to close it should it start to rain. And I think we might see it open this weekend.
I bet we do. We did last year here on a Sunday. We played with it open, I remember, because I stood down there on the field and waiting to catch the team bus. Watched them close it. There's a high drive to left center field. If Mookie Wilson gets this one, he's going to make a long run. It hits the top of the wall. It comes back. It's still in play. Steinbach goes to third with a triple. Oh, how close can you come? Mookie and Bell, who almost ran together in Boston last night, were both closing on this one.
Another breaking ball, this one down low, and Terry Steinbach had seen enough of them, so he waited on this one very well.
Wow, look at that.
You talk about unlucky. That hit the bar that is holding the tarp, the wall up, and came back, hit at an angle so that it bounced back. George Bell reacting, getting the ball in. Terry at third base with a triple.
Okay, I keep referring to that Boston game last night because I happened to watch it on television, but they had Wade Boggs hit a ball off the top of the wall in Boston. It bounced halfway back to the infield, and the umpire called it a home run. It hit the top of the wall.
I read that. That's what I couldn't understand. I read it in the game story. If it came back, it's got to be an out. I mean, in play.
The only place he could have hit it and not gotten somebody home, he just hit it right to Gruber at third base. 2 down now. Felix Jose grounding out. Boy, that's where the A's have just had an incredible string of not being able to get somebody home. Get them at third with less than 2 out.
Felix just a little too anxious, which a lot of times hitters will do that. The runner third base. Cerruti very wisely took something off the pitch, had Felix out in front, and the result, the ground ball.
They had their infield in here in the 4th inning to show you the respect they've already developed for Dave Stewart in this game. Now here's Willie Randolph taking a curve low. Skill-wise, Felix Jose has got a lot of things going for him. It's a little experience, and he's picking up a lot of it this year, playing in a lot of ball games. He's going to be a good player up here. But there was a case where he was a little bit too anxious. Randolph skied out to center field in the 2nd inning. Strike call, 1-1. The A's lead 2-0. Chicago is playing the Yankees tonight. In case you're wondering what's happening to them, they'll get started a little later, if they haven't already.
Chicago leading 1-0 in the 2nd inning. 7 o'clock start, Midwest.
Two strikes to count on Randolph now. Well, the White Sox have won 7 in a row, and they beat some awfully good pitchers in Oakland and California during their 6-game winning streak out west. Drew Coble looked like he started to pull the trigger right there and didn't. Got a hanging curveball and just got under it.
John Cerruti could very easily have been called for a balk that time, because even with the relaxation of the balk call, he still did not stop. He came to the bounce where, you know, that Rick Honeycutt has been called for it, Bob Welsh. And this is a time you don't need to try to hurry with the runner at third base for fear of getting a balk called on you.
He's gone to 3-2 on Randolph.
Before, Terry Steinbach or Mark McGuire got a 2-2 fastball. This time Willie Randolph a 2-2 breaking ball.
Would you say basically Cerruti is a breaking ball pitcher, though?
Yeah. And if he throws a fastball, it's a sinking fastball away from the right-handers, and possibly even taking a little bit off. He can take something off the fastball. Good arm movement, good motion. Take just enough off that you get out in front and hit the ball on the ground, or just get under it and pop it up.
The only graduate of Amherst College playing the big leagues. Randolph hits it to the shortstop. Fernandez has it. Throws him out, and the A's lose a golden opportunity with a wasted 1-out triple. 2-0 Oakland.
Only scoring the ball game has come in the Athletics' 3rd inning. Ricky Henderson with 2 outs, got a walk, and then Dave Henderson on a 1-0 fastball from John Cerruti. This is what he did with it. It's a home run going out to right center field. Home run number 14 for Dave Henderson. The Athletics a 2-0 lead with Dave Stewart on the mound. Dave with 6 strikeouts in the first 3 innings, pitching very well. He's given up just a couple of walks, actually leading the first, walking the first 2 hitters for the Toronto Blue Jays, one being erased by caught stealing by Terry Steinbach.
Fernandez wants the umpire to take a look at the ball before he steps in there. And remember, tomorrow the A's game with these Toronto Blue Jays will be televised back into the Bay Area on CBS TV. That's Channel 5, which is our flagship station for the A's network. Bob Welch will try for his 13th win. If he gets it, he'll be the first big league pitcher with 13 wins. He's 12-2. He goes against a tough right-hander, Dave Steve, who's 10-2. Fernandez after the first pitch, fouling it back, strike 1. Fernandez, Gruber, and Bell, the middle of the batting order right here in the 4th. And you'll be able to see our telecast on Sunday morning at 10:30 back in the Bay Area on the A's network. Sanderson against Wells. look at McGuire make this play. There's one of the finest first basemen in baseball today, folks. You hear a lot about his offense. Mark McGuire just continues to play an outstanding defensive first base.
Tony Fernandez going for the hole on the right side, but Mark McGuire diving, something you don't see a lot of players do on artificial surface, and that's dive. But Mark, not afraid of it, gets down, gets up, and leads Dave Stewart on the 3-1 putout. Dave automatically, as pitchers will do, the ball hit to the right side, instinctively moving very quickly to cover first base.
Gruber fouls that ball off into the right side. Mark McGuire has not made an error at first this year. He has gone 78 consecutive games without an error. He's made only one in the last 126 games he's played. Gruber jumped all over that curveball and fouled it into the seats along the left field line. So that's really something, and Mark is proud of his defense. And when we get a chance, we tell people about it, because not everybody looks at that big guy as a defensive first baseman. When you make one error in 126 games, that's something. Besides, you add the great plays like that one he just made, which is not an easy play to make. Gruber's been behind Dave's 2 fastballs so far.
I think one thing about those statistics that you just reeled off about Mark at first base, something that kind of taken for granted, the number of throws that a first baseman has to take throughout a ball game, all the ground balls, the putouts, the throws from a pitcher, the pickoff throws from a catcher, all those the possibility of missing one for an error.
And they're not all in the same place either. They don't all come over there chest high.
An infielder might not get the good grip on the baseball, cross seam, to be able to throw the ball straight, which ideally is what every infielder, every outfielder and catcher wants to do, and throw the ball as straight as possible.
Boy, Dave just is going right at Kelly Gruber with a 0-2 count. He keeps throwing strikes, but they're all different ones. He's throwing a fastball, he's throwing curveballs, and I've not ascertained yet that he's thrown a forkball to him. And whether he has, I don't know. Gruber's getting a grip. That looks like a hook grip. He doesn't hook it, he slices it. It goes off into right, but the A's have a man there when it comes down, and they're 2 down. Well, he had a pretty good swing at that ball. It was a good pitch. I like to see that in a pitcher, Ray. Pitchers get no balls, 2 strikes, and start dinking around. The first thing you know, they got to throw a 2-2 or a 3-2 pitch. And it's different. You got a batter where you want him at 0-2. I like to see those guys go right at him. Not to throw a super in there, but something good. Here's George Bell. He hits it high and deep to left. The 2 Hendersons get together a little bit better out there than Wilson and Bell did, and Dave Henderson makes the catch. We've gone through 4. The Blue Jays don't have a hit or a run. It's 2-0 Oakland. That'll be a good one. Here's Walt Weiss, who got robbed of extra bases in the 3rd inning when he sent George Bell crashing into the wall and left.
I clarify that. That's Robinson pitching for. There's 2 Robinsons. One for the for Detroit. Who was the other one? That's it. The other Robinson. I know there are 2 Robinsons.
Giants.
No. Let me see the scoreboard. 2 Jeff Robinsons. 2 Jeff Robinsons in the American League.
Weiss takes low for a ball to Milwaukee.
With Milwaukee. There you go.
Two and 1 count on Walt Weiss, the A's shortstop. He'll be followed by Gallego and Ricky Henderson off Cerruti here in the 5th. Walt hits one deep to short. Fernandez goes over the top, throws it away, but they are backing the play up, and Weiss will be safe. That's almost got to be a hit right there. Tell you, by the time Fernandez got that ball, he likes to throw it underhanded. He looked up, and Walt was right on the bag, and he had to gun it over the top.
And that's one of the things that hurt him. He actually took a lot of time, and he might get an error just for the amount of time that he took and then made the errant throw.
Walt had it beaten out.
Yep. And here's a guy made only 6 errors all of last year. He's made 7 already this year.
Weiss gets a hit. 6 errors is short in the whole season?
Yep.
Wow. Here's Mike Gallego.
.992 fielding average. Set a major league record with that mark.
Walt has to get back in there. Well, these are 2 of the best fielding teams in baseball, and they're up where they are as a result of a lot of that. And both these shortstops can definitely put on a show. Gallego fakes a bunt, takes it high for a ball.
This is where you have good bunters who can deaden the ball. You try to bunt the ball, especially on an artificial surface, so it doesn't roll hard and get to the third baseman or first baseman who's charging. Sometimes it's actually this dirt around home plate is very wet, actually from watering it as they do prior to batting practice. So
muddy.
Very muddy, especially during batting practice.
Yeah.
You can bunt it down on the dirt part.
Well, or you can bunt it like that, 30 feet in the air.
Hit home plate. It works, whatever.
Weiss sacrificed over to second. Well, if you need somebody moved over with the bunt, I'd about as soon see Mike Gallego there as anybody I know, and that's why. Look at that classic form.
Well, he was trying to hit the dirt part, but got it even better by hitting the plate too high for Cerruti to do anything with it except for 1 out at first base.
And up comes Ricky Henderson, as the A's will have the 2 Henderson now to try to drive in another run in the 5th. 2-0 right now, Oakland leading. John Cerruti has won 4 games for Toronto this year, lost 5. They really bunch Ricky Henderson in the outfield. They're giving him both foul lines.
Say, Cerruti is not stopping at all.
Well, just call a ball.
I'm surprised one hasn't been called on because every umpire is different. Jim Evans, the crew chief at third base.
First base umpire would be one to call it here, wouldn't he? Or the home plate umpire.
That time he fully stops.
And missed outside, ball 2. He walked Ricky with 2 out in the 3rd. And Dave Henderson followed with his 14th homer of the year, and that's the wrap up of the scoring in this game right quickly. Cerruti not real comfortable with where Walt Weiss was in his leadoff there, though his second baseman was way off, the shortstop way off. They're all but giving Walt a 25-foot lead off the bag at second. Look at that, how far they are from the bag, both of them. Lee's going in there a little bit. There she goes. No question where this ball is going to end up. Ricky Henderson has hit one over the wall and left, and it is 4-0 Oakland. Boy, does he love playing up here. So it's bash time here in Toronto.
13th home run for Ricky on a 2-0 pitch, and here's a classic swing. Fastball middle of the plate, home run to left field. And that's usually what happens with a pitch like that on 2-0. Hitter can look for it. Ball went straight, no tailing away from the right-hander, no breaking or no sinking action.
And up comes the other Henderson. He's already hit one out tonight the other way. Takes a curve high for a ball. I don't know, Ray, if I've ever seen a better triple count hitter than Ricky Henderson. Boy, he gets the pitcher in that count so often. He's always swinging at 3-1 or 2-0. Hendu hits this one in the air. It's going to be in the seats, I believe. Well, almost. Now it is.
I don't think we have any monitors up here which will inform us whether someone is warming up in the bullpens or not. They are behind left. There it is right there.
Willie Blair. Endu got under that one, and it's in straightaway center field. Mookie Wilson has it, and there are 2 down here in the 5th. Up comes Carney Lansford. Yeah, right, you just asked for it. Wally and the guys have it. They've got it. $28 million broadcasting center. They ought to have something. Last year we were here, they didn't even have a place for a monitor on the table. Tonight Carl couldn't find a place to plug in a phone. Tipped some guy $5 Canadian money, and he plugged it in. American dollars right up here right now. Well, Carney rips one to the shortstop. Wow, did he hit that ball. 2 runs for the A's, 2 hits, nobody left. It's 4-0 Oakland. At the Sky Dome in Toronto, Canada, Monty Moore along with Ray Fosse and our television network crew, Carl Young, Ingrid Sarah, Wally Miller, our erstwhile producer, our traveling crew. Fred McGriff hits one to Mike Gallego, who is playing deep. Makes the pickup and a throw to the first, and there's 1 out in the 5th inning. And up comes the young John Olerud. Seen some pretty good products come out of major university baseball programs these days, and several of them coming almost right to the big leagues. Stu makes a perfect pitch on Olerud for call strike 1. Ventura out of Oklahoma State to the White Sox, though he did, I believe, play a little bit in the minors. Mark McGuire up very quickly with the A's out of USC. Stu tried the same pitch and missed with it.
Olerud is the 16th player since the draft started in 1965 to come directly to the major leagues without a stop in minor league baseball. 9 of those 16 have been pitchers.
Call strike.
2 third basemen, 1 catcher, and a couple of outfielders. Olerud, first baseman, designated hitter. Actually, he's been DHing most of the time.
Pops it right straight up. Carney Lansford calling for it. Well, this roof on this stadium is a whole lot easier to pick the ball up off of than the one in Seattle, and certainly a lot easier than the one in Minnesota. There's the roof. You can see it dark up there. Different view of it. Boy, that thing in Minnesota, Dave Henderson just can't see a ball coming off the bat up into that. Of course, it's kind of a ball colored rag top. Greg Myers looks at a forkball low. Hits that one very high, and Henderson is going to have a chance to see this one, and he had to come in a hurry. He might have picked it up a little late. 3 up, 3 down, and through 5 innings, the Toronto Blue Jays have no hits against Dave Stewart. Well, we have a switch here in Toronto right now. In earlier starts, Dave Stewart has had the opposing pitcher dig a hole out there that he couldn't live with, and now Cerruti's having him rebuild one because of what Dave Stewart's been doing.
Well, whatever it is, it's been working for Dave because of the way he has pitched in the first 5 innings. Buddy, you were talking as we were away for the break, in between innings, the camera that they have here in center field are above the playing area here, the robotic camera. We don't have access to that camera, but I was down in the clubhouse the first series in here, getting ready to do the post-game show on radio, and they were showing that shot of pitches made by the pitcher over home plate. And if you watch them, you say that ball's outside. But yet on that camera, which is directly over home plate, it shows that the ball is right on the corner. Dennis Eckersley pitching the final inning. And we talk about the type of strike zone or the success he has throwing strikes. And you wonder, well, maybe the umpire is giving him some. But those shots that we have from center field that may look like the pitch is outside, that overhead camera is showing that actually they're catching the part of the plate. But then the catcher, by the time the ball gets to him, it may be 4 or 5 inches outside, sinking that much away from the hitters.
Well, I don't think they'll ever go to the Cyclops like they did in Wimbledon or one of the tennis tournaments one year, where they have radar things calling in and out shots in tennis. Well, if they ever did have to do something like that.
Wally's going to try to get the camera for us for Sunday.
All right. Well, if we can't get the camera, if they open the roof, we can get our big A's Network blimp in here. We haven't used that very much this year. We haven't had enough air to put in it. But we could get that booger flying up here. Here's Mark McGuire now in the 6th inning. It's the first pitch in the air, down the line and right. Somebody ought to get that one. Manny Lee does in fair territory. That's a good catch once he got there. I thought the right fielder would have that ball.
It's not an easy play. He had a long way to run as he was shading Mark over towards second base. Able to look, and now he's going to overrun it just a little. Junior Felix right there. Felix might have had a better shot at it, but Manny Lee with excellent speed able to get under it. I think one of the toughest things for a player who has to run that far for a ball is to be able not to juggle the head, move the head so much as the ball seems like it's moving. You have to try to run as steady as you can, keep your eye on the ball so that when you do get to it, you don't overrun it.
You saw him take his eye off the ball for just a moment. I don't know if he's looking for a player or the wall or what, but he took his eye off to see where he was and still was able to pick it up again. And the best I've ever seen at that was Dick Green. He used to look all around him, see what was going on, and still pick that ball up back again and make the catch. 1 ball, 1 strike on Terry Steinbach. 1 out, 6th inning. The Athletics are leading the Blue Jays 4-0. White Sox ahead of the Yankees 1-0 in the 3rd. Seems like every time I look up lately, the White Sox pitching staff has got a bunch of zeros hanging up there for everybody else. They are on a roll pitching wise right now. Steinbach back on track, rips another one hard into left center field. That's his 2nd hit in a row. Steiney's going for second. Hustle double for Terry Steinbach. Mookie Wilson over there a little casual, and Steinbach just kept on running.
Terry was running hard to first base as he thought the ball might hit the gap anyway. Mookie Wilson having to backhand it. Terry saw that, and the throw coming in, well, he was able to see more than anything that it was going to the cutoff man, Tony Fernandez, and not to second base, which is a little surprising at that.
He even short hopped the cutoff man, or relay man as he's more aptly named. 1 out, runner at second. Here's Felix Jose, 0 for 2 tonight. Strike, it's in there. Good to see Steinbach swinging that bat so well again. Well, Felix is getting more playing time than I bet even than he thought leaving spring training. Takes the curve low. An unusual series starting on a Friday night, ending Monday afternoon here in Toronto. Well, I understand next year there'll be a lot of those series on the road for teams in the American League where they will play through Monday rather than through Sunday. Curved outside. The big reason being ESPN's Sunday night ball game. Usually Sunday's a travel day. You play a game in the afternoon and travel somewhere, but if you have to play a Sunday night game and travel somewhere, particularly going back home or something, it makes a difference. Felix Jose hitting well with men in scoring position. He's got one right there now. He had one at third the last time up with less than 2 out. Hammering on that one. He misses. Strike 2. Well, when the A's came in here last night, that Toronto International Airport was absolutely filled with people. It's a big holiday weekend up here. Those airplanes emptying out from all over the world. That international airport having everybody going through customs. Ground ball is short. They got a play at third. Steinbach gets in a rundown. Now they're going to have a man go to second base. Great running by Terry Steinbach. Not too well executed by the Toronto Blue Jays. It allowed Jose to get to second.
Terry thinking that he was going to have a chance to get there, but Fernandez the throw. But the problem right here is that he throws it there instead of running him back farther, giving Felix Jose now a chance to go to second base. So you have the same situation, probably with the faster runner at second than Felix Jose. But good move on Terry Steinbach's part, which, yes, Terry, it does take it out of you as you try to get in a rundown like that.
Man, that was what took 4 throws to get him. Now Willie Randolph with the chance to drive in another run. The A's lead it 4-0 right now, and here's the ball right back to the mound. Cerruti's got it, throwing him out. Nice defensive play by the Toronto pitcher. In the middle of the 6th, 4-0 Oakland. There's the line score. The A's 4 runs, 6 hits, and a bunch of zeros for the Blue Jays. Dave Stewart has been outstanding. He walked the first 2 men to start this ball game. One of them was nailed stealing on a great throw by Terry Steinbach and an even greater diving tag by Mike Gallego. After that throw of Junior Felix attempting to steal, Fernandez walked, but then Stu struck out Gruber and Bell. He had struck out 6 batters through 3 innings. Hasn't struck out any of the last couple of innings. Strike in the outside corner to Manny Lee. So Stu got 6 strikeouts out of the first 10 batters he faced. Here's a backdoor curveball for strike 2. Stu doesn't throw that too often. Fastball misses high. This is the longest road trip of the year for the A's. They're just starting it tonight. There'll be 12 games on this trip. He struck him out. Just power pitching right there. Manny Lee, strikeout number 7 for Stu.
They've had 9 strikeouts, season high for him in his last start last Sunday. This one is a good old fastball outside.
Up comes Mookie Wilson. Now this trip will carry the A's to 4 cities. Two down in the 6th. But after this road trip is over, Ray, we'll have a little home cooking. 28 games out of the next 35 after this road trip. The A's play at home. 28 out of 35. That's pretty good.
4 of those down in Anaheim. The 4-game weekend series as away games, 3 at the Metrodome.
Well, this is a critical road trip for the A's. If anything can be critical this time of year. The White Sox are at home most of the time. The A's are on the road this time. And they have been tough at home, but they've been particularly tough on the road lately. Stu gets a strike over. It's 1-1. Junior Felix walked and struck out tonight. With that 2-strike foul back, Carney Lansford loosens up about 20 feet at third, backing up now and playing deep. Stu just missed buzzing that outside corner with that one. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Felix is just sort of flat-footed swinging at that ball, trying to go the opposite direction.
Guy can do so many things. He has power. He's got 10 home runs. He has good speed, especially from the left side. He just likes to slap the ball to shortstop and use his legs to try to beat it out.
Second baseman Mike Gallego flips it over to first, almost too high to Mark McGwire. He knew he had to hurry because of what Ray was just saying. Dave Stewart's got a no-hitter going through 6 innings here in Toronto. Talking a little while ago here on the A's information board, we've got something to talk to you about. The Coors Silver Bullet. Coors Light information board has this. 10 years ago, the highest paid A's player, Mario Guerrero, made $75,000 a year. You know that Jose Canseco, over the life of his new contract, only has to play 3 games to make more than Guerrero made in a whole year. We were talking earlier about how the American dollar and the Canadian dollar are different. The Canadian dollar is worth only 84 cents compared to an American, and there's a guy who's worth a lot of money himself, about $3 million a year. Dave Stewart to show you what he thinks about $25,000 in relationship to other things. He said that if he's offered an opportunity to pitch in the All-Star game or to make his regular turn, even though he's got a stipulation in his contract that pays him a $25,000 bonus to pitch in the All-Star game, he'll take the other way. So he'll give up $25,000 to get his regular turn. Here's Walt Weiss. Rips that ball down into the corner in left field. Bell will play it around off the ricochet out there. And Weiss is really swinging that bat from the right side now. It's his second base hit in this ball game, and his first time up, he almost got a double off the wall.
Very quick inside as he hit the ball against the wall. Also the base hit. This time turned on it. Gruber no chance. Playing off the line a little, but he's been working hard and starting to pay off.
So Weiss is there with the leadoff double in the 7th inning. The A's lead it 4-0. Let's see how Mike Gallego, who sacrificed Walt to second the last time, tries to move him to third this time. Very rarely will this little guy play a game when he doesn't make some spectacular defensive play, and he made it on a tag out in the 1st inning tonight. Off-speed pitch outside. Kind of surprising to see that kind of a pitch in this situation where you know the batter's going to try to hit it to the right side.
Willie Blair, the right-hander, up again for the Blue Jays.
Ran up, didn't have to bunt. It was low and inside for ball 2. There's that bullpen. Even the dugouts here have to have a monitor to show who's throwing in the bullpen. They can't see them. They're out of sight here. There's the monitor right next to Cito Gaston.
And the A's also looking at their monitor to see who's warming up.
There's a beautiful bunt by Gallego. Cerruti throws to first. He gets his man. McGriff taking the throw. Gallego again, successful sacrifice.
Good thing about that bunt, he bunted it hard enough towards third that Gruber, who wanted actually to get back to third base for the possibility of getting Weiss at third, he had to break in thinking that Cerruti was not going to get the ball. As a result, Cerruti's only play was to go to first base.
And up comes Ricky Henderson, who has walked, scored a run ahead of Dave Henderson's homer in the 3rd, and hit a 2-run homer of his own in the 5th. And that might be all for Cerruti. They have just made the sign that is all for Cerruti. So Gaston makes a pitching change. We'll bring in Willie that we saw throwing out there a little while ago. And while he's coming in, we're going to step out. The score 4-0 Oakland.
Toronto Blue Jays 11th round draft choice of 1986. Willie Blair on to pitch in relief of John Cerruti. Blair 0-5 on the season. He started 6 ball games as Jimmy Key was on the disabled list. Matter of fact, one of those games was started against the Athletics back on May the 30th. A's won by a score of 8-5. Blair 4 2/3 innings pitched, gave up 6 runs, all earned. The A's scored 4 of those runs in the 5th inning. 10 batters to the plate against Blair. 4 basic pitches: fastball, curve, slider, and changeup. However, he is mostly a sinker slider pitcher. Tries to keep the ball down low. He's pitched well out of the bullpen since Jimmy Key back in the rotation.
Well, he's just 24 years old, and he's from Paintsville, Kentucky. Well, actually, that's where he's born. He now lives in West Van Leer, Kentucky. Must face Ricky Henderson of Oakland, California. The infield is in. Throws him a breaking ball in the first pitch, and Ricky ducks out of the way to watch it snap over for a called strike. Pretty pitch. Way outside. Nice stop by Myers. A's on top of the ball game. Many of you may just be getting home from commuting. Dave Stewart has pitched 6 innings without allowing a base hit to Toronto. Ricky Henderson hits a ball high enough into center field. It should score. Walt Weiss. Mookie Wilson getting under it, getting a throwing stance, but he didn't have nearly the arm to get there. Nobody even chased it. That hit on the pitcher's mound to the right side. The catcher didn't go for it. The pitcher didn't go for it. And the A's get a run on the sacrifice fly by Ricky Henderson, his 3rd RBI of the night.
All he was trying to do was exactly what he did, and that's hit a fly ball to center field. And hitters, good hitters with the runner at third base, will make the adjustments. Middle part of the field, try to hit a fly ball to center field. And if you happen to get fooled, you can hit a ball deep to left field.
Here's Dave Henderson, who hit one as deep as you can hit it to right, or as deep as you need to hit it to right. It was over the fence for a homer. Takes breaking ball outside. Two balls to no strikes. Remember, our next telecast on the A's network will be Sunday morning at 10:30. Scott Sanderson tries to hit the double digits in wins. He's got 9 so far. Goes against Wells. Hendu takes it low for ball 3. But you'll be able to see the A's on CBS Channel 5 in the Bay Area tomorrow morning at 10:15. Bob Welch against Dave Steve, and what a pitching matchup that is. Ball 4. It's only the second A's batter to walk in the game. This one comes with 2 out, brings up Carney Lansford, who the last time up hit a rope to the shortstop. Fernandez didn't have to move to catch it. Raised his arms high above his head, and there it was. Carney bounces one to Fernandez at short. Underhanded toss to Lee at second for the force on Dave Henderson, and that's all for the A's. We go to the last half of the 7th. Dave Stewart carries a no-hitter to the mound. It is 5-0 Oakland. There's the numerical story of this ballgame so far, and the man who's carving a niche for himself here tonight, Dave Stewart. It's a long ways home when you need 9 outs to get a no-hitter, but you got to start thinking about it around the 7th inning, I suppose, Ray.
Well, he is pitching exceptionally well. 69 pitches Dave has thrown through 6 innings. And considering the fact that in his last 2 starts, he's been in the mid 130s, 135 in his last start, which took him into actually through 10 innings, and the previous start 139. But this just shows the conditioning of Dave Stewart. Works hard in between so that he can come out, make as many pitches as he did in those 2 starts. Comes out tonight and probably has about the best stuff that he's had all year.
And he's walked only a couple of batters. They were the first 2 batters he faced in the game. He has struck out 7. Faces now Tony Fernandez, then Kelly Gruber and George Bell. He started for the American League last year in the All-Star game. Good fastball, I tell you. Waiting in the dugout as long as he waited for that 7th inning to get over. He came out there throwing hard right then. That was a buzzing fastball.
I think one of the things you mentioned, very tough going the last 3 innings to do what Nolan Ryan has done 6 times, and that's pitch a no-hitter. But the fact that Dave has limited his pitches in the first 6 innings, going to make him as strong, if not stronger, the last 3.
Struck him out. 1 out in the 7th. Ray, let me ask you this. You caught no-hitters. In fact, you caught one Dennis Eckersley pitched in Cleveland. Right. The pressure comes now the rest of the way in a no-hitter in pitch selection like it doesn't come at any other time in a game. Dave Stewart basically calls his own game, doesn't he?
He has an idea. He puts the ball in his glove as he's waiting right now. The ball is in his glove with the pitch that he wants to throw. Now, if Terry Steinbach calls that pitch, he will go to it, which that's what happened. Otherwise, he will add or subtract to the pitch that he has already set the ball for in his glove.
You'll see Dave with his gloved hand wipe on his pants leg often. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times after he gets the sign. He didn't do it this time. He agreed on Terry's first signal. Gruber takes outside a ball.
And that's usually when he wipes the leg, that's a subtract. Add is on the chest.
Boy, you really got to start thinking about what is my best pitch. He wiped twice right then. Threw a breaking ball. It's fouled off. He's thrown that breaking ball tonight to Gruber more than he has, I think, all the other guys combined in this game.
Randy Johnson threw his no-hitter against Detroit up in Seattle. He said afterwards that he had the grip on the ball for every pitch, and Scott Bradley, his catcher, was putting that pitch down. So they were in sync. Everything was working right, and that's what happens in a game. When you're going along as smoothly as the A's have tonight, everything clicks. You get a feel. I don't think you won't change the pitch selection from the catching standpoint. The only thing, I feel very strongly that if you're down at 3-2, instead of giving in a fastball, go to the 4th ball breaking ball. If you have a no-hitter on the line, you're looking at a 5-run lead. You have to think about it.
Fouled off. Well, a lot of people at home probably seeing those yo-yos up there talking about it, and they're going to jinx Dave Stewart.
We don't have anything to do with it.
I've never believed in that at all.
We don't have a thing to do with it.
If we did, he'd pitch a no-hitter every time out. There's a ground ball to Walt Weiss. He comes up with it. And there are 2 down in the 7th inning. That was good defensive positioning right there. Walt had shaded Gruber over towards third base, or he wouldn't have gotten to that one. The attendance tonight, 49,817. That's all they get in here. Now here's George Bell. .288 hitter. He has hit a fly ball to left, a fly ball to center tonight. Stu wiped 3 times on his pant leg that time and missed high with a fastball. And whatever it was that Steinbach put down, Stu added 3 to it, and they started to circle over again. Came up with a 1. High, ball 2.
Talking to Scott Sanderson after his last start. Of course, Scott is just learning the fork ball, and he said he has to put the ball in the glove so that he can almost have the fingers around the baseball when he wants to throw the fork ball. He says Dave Stewart has such long fingers that he can put the ball in his glove, and as he puts his hand in, as we see the ball is in his glove, he brings the ball up in the glove. He can wrap the fingers over the baseball for the fork ball, because he has been throwing it a lot longer than Scott Sanderson.
There's a 3-0, now it's 3-1. And if you're going to lose a no-hitter, this is the count that you got to be careful right here. 3 balls and 1 strike.
Yeah, and we'll see right now if he comes in with the fastball.
He did, and Bell swung from his heels. I want to tell you, he was not trying to break up a no-hitter. He was trying to break up a shutout. Now 3-2. This is what Ray Fosse calls time to.
But you know, Dave has such good confidence, great confidence in his fastball. He may just say, I'm going to challenge it. He can right now rear back and get a little bit extra on the ball.
Fly ball to right field. That should be caught. Dave Stewart is 6 outs away from a no-hitter. The A's are leading 5-0. Well, you're looking at a man on a mission, Dave Stewart. And if you think he's had that death stare through 7 innings, wait till you see him at work in the 8th inning when he goes back out there. The Athletics have given him a 5-0 lead as we go to the top half of the 8th inning. Here's Mark McGwire. He's 1 for 3 tonight. The A's have 7 hits. The Blue Jays 0. Mark McGwire deep to short. Fernandez over the top. Great arm, and he throws him out. 1 down in the 8th inning. Ray, right now, what do you think Dave Stewart would like to have? A quick 1-2-3 inning by his teammates, or a little more rest?
You know, Dave doesn't think about that. He says, hey, go along, whatever.
Whatever,
He can regroup. He can take whatever situation is presented with him. If they score 5 runs, fine, great. Because he is looking for offense. Matter of fact, for the ball game, I said, good luck, Stewart. He said, go around and talk to the offense. He said, give me 5 or 6 runs. He said, I'll do the job. You know, so he's got 5 on the board right now.
Well, he's got 3 tough left-handed hitters in a row in the 8th inning. Olerud, or McGriff, Olerud, and Myers. Pitch it outside the ball. The big thing, of course, in everybody's mind is to win the ball game. For the A's, who need badly to have a good road trip. Steinbach has had a couple of hits tonight, including a triple right off the top of the wall, probably within, what'd you say, 3 or 4 inches of being a home run.
Well, it's just a matter of the way the ball went down. It hit on top at an angle that allowed it to bounce back at the lower part or the front part of that bar. We're told that Tom Hinkie, the Blue Jays stopper, is warming up in the bullpen.
Tiny had a good cut of that fastball, fouled it off. There's Hinkie. His wife threw out the first ball of the game tonight. Not at the game, but the ceremonial first pitch from the mound. She got a pretty good arm. She probably ended up catching him during the winter some. Tiny takes low and inside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. This pitcher is Willie Blair. John Cerruti pitched 6 in the 3rd inning tonight. Gave up all 5 runs. The A's have 7 hits, 2 of them homers, 1 by Dave Henderson, 1 by Ricky Henderson. And he fouls another one back. 49,817. That will increase their per game average even more. Coming into this series, the Toronto Blue Jays had averaged 45,908 per game. And they get almost 50,000 here tonight. Got him looking. That was a good slider right there.
Good in a sense for him that it throws Terry is on the inside part of the plate. Usually like to get the breaking ball outside, but this ball very hard stayed on the inside part, and Terry gave up on it.
Quick slider. That ball really broke quickly. Now here's Felix Jose batting left-handed for the first time tonight. He was 0 for 3 as a right-handed batter. He gets a breaking ball too, and it's a strike. 2 out in the 8th inning. Don't leave us. We've got a no-hitter going into the 8th by Dave Stewart of the A's. Foul ball out of play.
Well, it sure sounded like it broke his bat.
Yeah, it did.
Hit off the end of it. Maybe he checked it and he said no.
Kansas City and Detroit are tied up 1-1 in the 3rd. Pop this one foul. Chicago White Sox and the Yankees have played 5 innings now. It's still 1-0 Chicago through 5 innings. They know what this score is. You can bet on that. 5-0 Oakland right now with 2 out in the 8th inning. Felix having some pretty good cuts. shutouts this year. The A's have been involved in 12 shutouts. The A's have won 7 by shutout and lost 5. They were only shut out 5 times all last year, the A's, and they've already been shut out 5 times this year. Oh, he turned it over on him. That's the first time he's thrown that pitch, and he struck out Felix Jose. We go to the last half of the 8th inning. Dave Stewart takes a no-hitter to the mound.
Dave Stewart facing Fred McGriff in the bottom of the 8th inning.
Here's the guy who led the league in home runs last year. First pitch to him is a perfect strike over the outside corner. It looked like he threw him a forkball right there. Fred McGriff, he struck out tonight and grounded out. Fly ball deep center field. Dave Henderson back, running out of room, but he's got it. If you got anybody chasing a ball that you want caught, that's the guy to send after it right there.
Well, it's a type of swing that Fred McGriff, because it's a forkball. And Dave looking back. Dave Henderson headed his mind all the way. Come on, come on. He's talking to it. Yeah,
talking to it. Now here's John Olerud, 0 for 2 tonight. Swinging strike on a forkball. Dave Stewart 5 outs away from a no-hitter. Olerud got out in front of that one, fouled it off. He is ahead of the batter at 0-2. Nothing in sports carries the impact of the last couple of innings of a potential no-hitter. Just missed inside. He's pitched Olerud there a whole lot tonight, I've noticed. Tried to keep the ball inside around his knees several times. He has gotten him with forkballs a few times.
And that's because Olerud goes to left field very well, and he wants to try to keep it inside.
Tried to go to left with that one and fouled it off.
That's what happens, as you talked about Gene Tenace saying he waits, has a good eye. The hitter's using the entire field. He can pull a turn on a pitch on the inside part of the plate. However, if the pitch is outside, he'll take it to left field.
Kind of a hitter, it's tough to get out of that situation. Fork ball, he waited on that one and fouled it off. Dave left that one a little higher than he wanted to, I'm sure. Boy, he's anxious to throw, isn't he? He got that ball back from the umpire, stuck it in the glove and said, let's get on with it. 1 out, 8th inning, 5-0 to score. That's not the big story. Olerud fouled a fastball off. These guys worry you, Ray, in this kind of situation because he can get the bat on the ball pretty frequently. And he's not over swinging. A little looper foul off third again. Into the seats. Went upstairs with a fastball. Does this worry you, Ray, if you're a catcher and a guy just keeps getting wood on it?
It worries you, but he has the pitch that he's not throwing. Of course, he has thrown the forkball that he left out, but it's not as if the count is in Olerud's favor. He is down 1-2.
He struck him out with a forkball. 2 down in the 8th inning of the no-hitter.
That's a pitch that he knew he could come back with, and he took something off the forkball. Stayed fastballs, and then here comes the forkball down in the dirt.
Not a lot of emotion there, but it's burning deep inside. You can bet on that. Here's Greg Myers. He is struck out and flied to center field. 2 out, 8th inning. Forkball, strike 1. The big guy is in control right now. Strike two. That one hit Terry Steinbach somewhere.
Got him in the shin guard. And the ball bounced that far, you know it has to hurt. You think, well, it's a fork ball, not throwing that hard, but it picks up speed when it hits the bat and it's fouled back.
Oh, he's ahead of another batter at no balls and 2 strikes. He's been ahead of almost every hitter, though he did get behind George Bell at 3-1 with 2 out in the 7th inning. Came back and got him on a fly ball. He struck him out. We're going to the 9th inning. Stewart will go with a no-hitter into the 9th. 5-0 Oakland. Well, there's the story. You're looking at Dave Stewart, who's talking to Ricky Henderson, a couple of Oakland's own. And you just wonder what's going through his mind right now. You know the subject. And Ricky was talking to him. And you can bet that Ricky was not talking about a no-hitter. But he's going to be carrying one into the 9th. For the Athletics in the 9th inning, it'll be Willie Randolph, and they'll be going against a new pitcher. There's Tom Henke on the mound for the Toronto Blue Jays. Henke, their stopper, is getting a little work here tonight. He has been in 28 games already and has an earned run average of 1.75, so he's been very effective. 36 innings, allowing 24 hits. He's got 12 saves out of 12 save opportunities. And you just got to feel good when you go into a ball game and see a Tom Henke that you're not seeing him in his normal position, and that is trying to save a ball game. That means you're behind, but tonight the A's are leading at 5-0. Now, if you're looking ahead to who will be batting for the Blue Jays in the 9th, we'll tell you in a moment. It'll be 3 more left-handed batters. Randolph takes from Henke outside. Here's the score in the 6th inning now. The White Sox are still leading the Yankees 1-0. Somebody will score off the White Sox one of these days. Willie fouls it away. Strike one. Randolph tonight is skied to center, grounded to short, grounded back to the mound. In the 9th for the Blue Jays, Manny Lee will lead off. Mookie Wilson bats second and Junior Felix third. 3 little left-handed hitters. They've had about an entire left-handed hitting lineup except for Bell tonight. Randolph fouls it back. It's 1-2. Stewart has struck out 10 batters. He has not allowed a base runner since the 2nd man in the 1st inning. Henke let up a little bit and Randolph fouled it back. Well, call all your friends and neighbors and tell them to tune that TV set in for the 9th. Whether Stu gets that no-hitter or not, it's an exciting possibility, isn't it? Check swing foul by Willie Randolph. Stu has pitched 1 shutout this year. Here's the man who got 2 of the runs for him, actually 3 of them. Ricky Henderson has driven in 3 of the runs and scored 2 tonight himself. And Willie is hanging in there tough right now against Henke. Sidearm hook misses outside. 2-2. That's a wicked pitch. 2 strikes on you. Strike 3. He called him out. Well, that was a long battle with Willie Randolph and Tom Henke. Finally won by Hinkie, though not convincingly, according to Randolph. Willie is the designated hitter tonight, still talking to the umpire as he walks away from the plate. Let's don't get a lot of distractions going here now. Here's Walt Weiss, who's had a couple of hits tonight. He scored 2 runs, and the only time they got him out, it was with a 375-foot blast to the wall and left, and Bell made a great catch. Off-speed pitch to Weiss.
Two and one is the count on Walt Weiss.
You know, some fans have actually left to try to beat the traffic. There are some traffic problems here exiting the Sky Dome, but not as many as normal. Believe me, with a 5-0 lead, you would usually see more empty seats.
Down the third base line, Bell coming over into foul territory for out number 2. And I'm sure that some of them will have to be a little disappointed if it does go on to be the no-hitter, and they say, well, I left in the 6th inning. I didn't even realize that it was a no-hitter.
Oh, I'm sure they're fans, any ballpark that show up at a game, and sometimes you look around and do a little talking, you don't realize a no-hitter's going.
But it is. Stewart has retired 23 in a row.
And speed coming up next inning, too, for the Blue Jays. Lee, Wilson, and Junior Felix.
Fouled back. To tell you the truth, though, as I looked at it, though, the one guy that I was more concerned about, obviously Bell is obviously a problem, but is the bat control of John Olerud as far as picking up a base hit. He battled him long and hard in the 8th inning, finally struck out.
Yeah, he did. Look, he's thinking about the no-hitter. Next to him, Jose's working on his left-handed stroke. You know, throughout all this, John, we haven't even mentioned Jose Canseco very much since the 1st inning.
Hasn't been any reason to. I mean, these fans went to a lot of trouble putting together these great signs for him, welcome him with his new contract, and he hasn't played. Swing and a miss. Down on strikes. We'll go to the bottom of the 9th. Stewart looking for 3 more outs for a no-hitter. Here we go to the bottom of the 9th inning. Stewart has retired 23 in a row. He walked the first 2 batters he faced here tonight, Felix and Fernandez. Felix was caught stealing. Fernandez was stranded. It's 5-0. We welcome all of you who have been watching the Mets and Cincinnati. New York winning its 11th in a row. The drama here in the 9th inning is Dave Stewart going for the no-hitter. The first pitch is chopped foul at the plate by Manny Lee. Lee is 0 for 2. Stewart has struck out 10. He walked 2. They were the first 2 he faced tonight. I'm John Sanders along with Tommy Hutton, and we're delighted to have you with us for the final inning of this ball game in Toronto. 1-1 the count.
And we've mentioned it before with Manny Lee. He's not a good butter. Even though he runs well, better than average speed, probably won't try to drop down a bunt base hit.
Up and in, 2 balls and a strike. Defensively for the A's, the play of the game, Tommy talked about it earlier, probably came in the 4th inning. Fouled back, it's 2-2. That was Tony Fernandez bid for a base hit to right field. McGuire diving out to his right, made the play, came up and flipped to Stewart for the out. And then it was McGriff with a bullet to center field. Swing and a miss on a fastball up and out of the strike zone. Stewart is 2 outs away.
Let's see where the target is of Terry Steinbach. Every time he's called for the fastball, he holds the mitt up. He wants that fastball up. That's where the target was. When he's come with the forkball, He's dropped the target down a little bit. So far, the Jays obviously haven't figured that out.
Mookie Wilson to face Stewart. Mookie is struck out and grounded out. Swing and a miss. An overpowering fastball that he's taken into the 9th inning. He has just now crossed the 100 pitch mark.
And is not tiring at all after throwing 10 innings his last start.
The 0-1. Now it's 0-2.
And this has been the pattern of Dave Stewart all night, except for those first 2 hitters, as you mentioned, John, that he walked. He has gotten ahead to all the Blue Jay hitters.
After those 2 walks, nobody has been on base. He has retired 24 in a row. Swing and a miss, number 25, and he is 1 out away. That's 4 strikeouts in a row and 12 in the ball game.
Look at the target, up. See where Steinbach's holding it right even with the mask, and Stewart trying to go out in style.
Last chance for Toronto, Junior Felix. He's 0 for 2. Dave Stewart 1 out away from a no-hitter.
Junior a better bunter than Manny Lee. It's a possibility he may try to take one with him just to get on base.
Way up high for a ball. Dave Stewart on August the 4th of 1988 pitched a 1-hitter against Seattle. He's got a shot at a no-hitter tonight. Balls behind, 2 balls and no strikes. 3-0.
Really hard to control that adrenaline. Stewart knows where he's at in the game. He knows he struck out 4. He has 1 more out for a no-hitter. Trying to overthrow a little bit too much.
3-1. Felix was the first batter he faced. Dave would like to see him be the last. Popped foul. It's 3-2. Stewart might be 1 pitch away from a no-hitter.
And he's just thrown nothing but fastballs to Junior Felix.
And the Blue Jay fans hoping to see a no-hitter. Here's the 3-2. Flipped foul, stays full.
I think he'd fool everybody in the ballpark if he threw Junior Felix a forkball right here.
Do you think he will?
All we have to do is watch the target. It's Terry Steinbach.
Will it be low or will it be high? That breaks the string of 25 in a row retired. Second time that he has walked Junior Felix. He'll now have to deal with Tony Fernandez.
You know, and the other thing he's going to have to deal with, if you think about it, he's going to have to deal with working from the stretch. Something that he hasn't done since the first inning. It's been a quiet Oakland Athletics bullpen all night.
It's been better than 2 hours since he's had to work from the stretch. Popped up and out of play.
Obviously, the infield of the Oakland Athletics not worried at all about Junior Felix. So Mark McGuire, the first baseman, well back of him.
And some protection at third as Lansford plays maybe a step or 2 in front of the bag at third. Fly ball center field. Dave Henderson makes the call. A no-hitter for Dave Stewart. Dave Stewart has thrown a no-hitter, allowing only 3 base runners, at one point retired 25 in a row. He was just in complete control and dominated Toronto.
He dominated all night, picking up his 10th win, and even a little messing around with the mound that John Cerruti did to try to pack up the rubber area didn't affect Dave Stewart tonight.
A no-hitter for Stewart. We will be back.
person out there to give him the baseball. Hindu made the last catch of the ball game, and Dave Stewart's being hooked up there by Carl Young. And Dave, can you hear us?
Yeah.
He can hear us. Congratulations, big man. That was a great thrill.
Thank you. I don't know how I did it, but we got it done.
When did you start thinking about it?
About the 5th inning on, I was aware that, I had one going, and I just kept thinking one hitter at a time, one strike at a time.
Stu, after the first 2 hitters, 2 walks to Felix and then Fernandez, did you ever in your mind think that this would happen after those first 2 hitters?
Well, I just figured, experience and having a slow start in the first innings, that if I just simmered down, I'd be all right. I never thought about throwing a no-hitter. I've had people mention it to me for a number of times, and I've always said, heck, I'll probably be the last to throw a no-hitter, and shoot, I guess it's just one of those things. But, before the game, I said a prayer and asked for strength, and it worked.
Dave, throughout the ball game, we were commenting, you seemed to have every single pitch you had working. Did you feel that way?
Yeah, it was a good night. I was getting a fastball over. When I went to the fork ball, it worked for me. And then, when I need to throw the breaking ball, even that worked for me. So it was a good night for me as far as, getting my pitches over.
You had a chance with George Bell, 3-2, and I know you like to challenge, but what was in your mind as far as the type of pitches that you were going to throw if you did get in the count where it was in the count, the favor of the hitter?
Well, I was just thinking, if the count goes in favor of the hitter, I'm just going to try to make the best pitch I can possible without, going to the middle of the plate.
Fred McGriff hit a ball to center field. We had the camera on you after the ball was going to center field. What was going through your mind on that? Looked like a fork ball that he hit to center field.
I was thinking that he got it, and I wasn't sure. I didn't think he'd leave the park, but I thought he hit it well enough to maybe hit a double. And balls had been hit to center field all night long, but none of them were going out. So, it was just good fortune it didn't go out.
One thing about you, you seem to get stronger. You threw 135 pitches in your last start, 139, and before that you come back on your 5th day. How strong were you towards the end of the ball game?
I felt real good. I thought I had a real crisp fastball tonight, good movement, and I thought my location was great. I felt real good tonight.
Dave, when you went to the last innings, the 8th and 9th innings, was there any particular pitch that you said, if they're going to beat me, they're going to have to beat me with this pitch?
I guess you probably saw if they were going to beat me in the late innings, they're going to have to beat me with my number 1, which was a fastball. I used it, I think, very smart tonight. Set up my off-speed stuff by using a fastball. I changed speeds early in the count and went hard, and then second time around I changed speeds later on in the count. I kept them off balance, I think, pretty much all night.
How about this artificial surface? The fact that you figure you hit the ball on the ground and has a better chance to get through. How much more special is it to do it in a ballpark like this?
Well, definitely. They had some balls that were hit pretty good on the ground tonight, but right at people. But, any place that you throw a no-hitter, whether it's on artificial turf or the grass, is special.
Couldn't happen to a nicer guy. Hey, everybody in baseball wishes you the best. Congratulations from everybody back home. Great job.
Thank you.
Tonight on Sports Channel, live from Dodger Stadium, it's the St. Louis Cardinals and the Los Angeles Dodgers.
The starting pitching pairing tonight has the left-hander Fernando Valenzuela going for the Dodgers and the right-hander Jose De Leon for St. Louis.
Well, what these two pitchers really share in common is the fact that they've been very inconsistent. One well-pitched game followed by 2 or 3 not so well-pitched. But they both do have the ability to pitch low-run scoring ball games.
As we welcome you back to Dodger Stadium, Fernando Valenzuela facing the Cardinals leadoff man Vince Coleman. As Fernando catches the outside edge, and it's even now at a ball and a strike. Coleman off to a superb start this year at 303 and an average of 254 in 145 games last season. But what he's doing so effectively this year is his high on base percentage. He's drawing walks, he's stealing bases at a great rate, lead to the National League in steals with 45 so far after stealing 65 all of last season. And he laces this one down the line, but foul in the hole with a ball and 2 strikes. Fernando Valenzuela comes in tonight a game under the 500 mark, and what has to concern the Dodgers more than anything else is the lofty ERA, which has been going up over the last 3 to 4 weeks. It's at 4.09 now, and also the walks. That's just about 4 per 9 innings when you average it out, Ron.
Yes, he's been very inconsistent. One game he'll go out there and pitch extremely well, like he had to a week or so ago. in one of our telecasts, but then again follows up with not a good ball game.
Griffin has to hurry and just gets Coleman. And if Griffin is playing back just a little bit, Coleman's beating it out, but Alfredo is in halfway at short. As we look at the starting lineup for the St. Louis Cardinals, Coleman grounding out to the shortstop. He'll be followed now by Willie McGee in center. Pete Guerrero over at first base, batting cleanup. The former Bruin Todd Zeal is behind the plate. Terry Pendleton hits fifth with Jose Aquindo batting sixth. The right fielder is Rex Hudler. Ozzie Smith hits eighth, and De Leon is on the hill. McGee, just like Vince Coleman, doing everything he can to keep the Cardinals close in the Eastern Division, eighth in the National League with a .323 average after most of his season last year was wiped out by injuries. And this is the last year of his current contract, so it'll be interesting to see the developments with Willie McGee, whether he is signed to a long-term deal before the end of the year. He's already stated, Ron, that he wants to remain a St. Louis Cardinal.
Well, I think that's one of the problems that the Cardinals have had all year long, is the inability to understand where the direction of the club is going. They have a number of people who are going to be eligible for free agents, and I think it's bothered some. Last time we saw the Cardinals, McGee was not playing very well. Now he's really come back and been a leader on this club, already with 50 runs scored and hitting .323.
McGee behind in the count, stays alive at 1-2. Not many people will forget the catch he made at Milwaukee's County Stadium in the '82 World Series, where the Cardinals won it in 7 over the Brewers, and he took away a home run, reaching over the wall with a brilliant grab in left center field. Count is even now at 2 balls and 2 strikes. He still has good speed, great range in the outfield, never known for power, but he's very typical of a Whitey Herzog type of player, real slasher, real line drive hitter.
What he needs to do is continue to get on base and let his running ability take over. He's on a course to steal over 50 bases, score over 100 runs with a ball club that is really struggling. The Cardinals are next to last in hitting. They're last in home runs hit by a club, second to the last in runs scored. So offensively, they've been a real disaster. The thing about this club they really like to do is stay aggressive when they can be aggressive. They have 110 steals, which has really produced probably more of those runs than anything else.
And McGee goes after one out of the strike zone, becoming the first strikeout victim of Valenzuela's.
2-2 pitch well out of the strike zone, tailing away, and Willie McGee just has no chance whatsoever.
He commits very early.
One of the things on Willie McGee is that once you get ahead in the count, you can throw him a lot of breaking balls off the plate. He does not stay very patient. There's really only a couple of Cardinals in tonight's lineup that have given Valenzuela any trouble whatsoever, and one of them is Pedro Guerrero. The other one is Jose Oquendo. So this could be a good sign for Fernando getting back into a groove.
Strike one count to the former Dodger Pete Guerrero. We talked about it in the last start for Fernando Valenzuela. As you see, lofty numbers against his old team. .358 average against the Dodgers. Seems like when he takes a little bit something off his screwball in particular, he's far more effective. When he tries to bring it in, put a little more heat on it, that's when it flattens out.
He needs to continue to change speeds with his off-speed pitches. His screwball is his most effective pitch because it allows him to set up the hitters a little differently. When he was very successful earlier in his career, he was pitching around the same way, meaning screwball in and cut fastball on his hands.
Long run for Gibson, and he can't come up with it. Guerrero will hold up at first. And you be the official score on this one. Gibson had a long run, but he also got a very late jump on a little blooper off the fist.
Cut fastball from Fernando in on Pedro Guerrero's hands. Gibson does have a long run, but it's really right there, waist high for him to catch, and that's got to be ruled an error.
It is an error on the left fielder all the way. Came up and got him on the heel of the glove, so he was there in plenty of time. It wasn't off the front or the tip, but it came up on the wrist towards the heel of his glove. So the Dodgers commit an error in the first, and that is one thing they cannot afford to do. They've been when you look at the breakdown on games this season where the Dodgers have not committed an error, they have been a very successful group. They've even committed just one error. They've been far below the break-even point, below the 500 mark in those games. Todd Zeile, the former UCLA Bruin.
I would say for probably the first 50 games, the Dodgers were committing an error a game. Over the last 22 or so, they've really picked up their defense. Their defense is much improved, but they do still have a long ways to go. And of course, even when Gibson did come over here to the Dodgers, he was not known for his defensive ability.
2-0 count to the Cardinal catcher. So an opportunity for the Cardinals with a man at first. And Gibson is over in left tonight. There was some speculation that he might have started in center, with Cal Daniels taking batting practice to find out if he could return to the lineup.
Cal Daniels with a late scratch, re-injured his back. How seriously, we don't know.
Zeile drives it to straightaway center, but Javier with good range takes it just shy of the warning track. And the side is retired after that error was committed by the Dodger left fielder. No runs, no hits, and one man left aboard for St. Louis. 1/2 inning has been played. No score at Dodger Stadium. As Jose De Leon gets ready to face the Dodgers for the first time, and let's look at the lineup card that Tommy Lasorda sends out, with Lenny Harris leading things off over at third base. Stan Javier, the hottest Dodger, batting second, center field. Kirk Gibson hits third out in left field, with Eddie Murray batting cleanup over at first base. E.B. Brooks is the right fielder in the fifth spot in the batting order. Mike Scioscia bats sixth behind the plate. Juan Samuel hitting seventh over at second base. Alfredo Griffin bats eighth. His bat has come alive recently. And rounding out the nine, Fernando Valenzuela. De Leon, once again, a good strikeout pitcher with a 6-5 mark. 3.65 earned run average. Does not have a complete game. The entire St. Louis staff, though, only has 2 complete games. And De Leon, third in the National League with those 84 strikeouts, after tying for the league last year with 201. Defensively tonight for the Cardinals, former Expo Rex Hudlers in right field, McGee in center, Coleman in left. Guerrero, Oquendo, Smith, and Pendleton around the infield. With Todd Zeile handling the pitches of Jose De Leon. And the umpiring crew tonight, Jerry Lane is behind the plate. Tom Hallion over at first base. Mike Winters at second, and Paul Runge at third. I always get a kick out of pitchers that don't want to deal with anybody before a game. Their head down, they'll barely acknowledge you when you walk into the clubhouse. And spent some time tonight in the Cardinal clubhouse, and De Leon was seeking people out to talk with him. He was loose.
That is a real change, isn't it?
It's at the knees.
Well,
Lenny Harris is deliberating, but it's strike one.
De Leon does have some good numbers, but the thing that strikes me is his earned run average is a little high, especially playing in St. Louis, where they've always had good defense, and the ballpark is not a good home run hitter's park.
Lenny Harris rips it into right for a leadoff single. Harris has been an outstanding leadoff man for the Dodgers. Only 1 for 14 on the last road trip.
Batting second.
But still, 330.
Center fielder.
A little bit better than 330 in the leadoff spot.
Certainly has done an outstanding job since taking over that leadoff spot. Must continue to create the action for the Dodgers.
Now, you mentioned to me when you saw De Leon when he came up, his forkball was the pitch you really had to worry about.
That's true. He's got such a real good fastball. He was throwing in the low 90s when I first saw him. They now say his fastball's in the mid 80s, which I have trouble believing.
Javier with a good bunt out in front. Tough play for Zeile, and he throws it away. Harris is on his way to third, and he'll stop there with Javier cruising into second. I think Stan caught the Cardinals by surprise.
Well, here's a bunt right out in front of the plate. First pitch running, Lenny Harris. Javier gets the ball down, but Zeile has a little bit of trouble with his footing, and then throws from down under, goes right back into the runner, and Guerrero has really no chance of trying to make the pitch. Ball thrown right into the runner. Now the Dodgers, of course, creating a little action. Runners at second and third here with no one out.
Still no official ruling, and now they do call it an error. A sacrifice and an error, allowing Javier to move down to second. So not an official at bat for a stand, but down to second base on the air. So 2 runners in scoring position for left fielder Kirk Gibson. De Leon tried to backdoor the breaking ball in, and it's 1-0.
Well, we were getting back to the pitches that he does have. He had an outstanding forkball, which they now call the split finger for him, but he just started Gibson out with a breaking ball, which is actually third pitch. So for him to be effective, he's got to keep the ball down, get his forkball over.
There's the forkball that Ron was just alluding to, and it dropped a good 6-8 inches on Kirk Gibson.
Well, when you have a fastball, it's in the low 90s, and then you can come back with a pitch that is deceptively deceiving by arm motion and fall off the table right there when it gets into the hitter's hitting zone, you're going to have a lot of trouble. But the Cardinals right away, a team that now you can see some of the problems that have caused them to be occupying the cellar in their division.
A feeble attempt by Kirk Gibson at the off-speed delivery, and it's a ball and 2 strikes.
Another forkball. Gibson's well out in front, does not have a good swing. Front backhand comes off the bat. Doesn't look very comfortable against that pitch whatsoever.
And there's going to be speculation, as long as there's talk around the area that he has voiced his opinion about possibly going back to Detroit. Now people are going to say, wait a minute, is his heart in it?
That's a possibility. I'd have to believe that he'd still want to do the best job he possibly can.
Fouls it away. Stays alive at a ball and 2 strikes.
But a player will do what is best for him in the long run. If he feels it's best to go back and into the American League, maybe he is better suited to go back and DH somewhere. Maybe his legs are not going to be able to give him the luxury of being an everyday player and possibly DHing mine.
One and 2, chop foul.
And you see the effectiveness of the forkball. Previous pitch, fastball, good fastball in on Gibson's hands, and now he just stays alive by fighting off another off-speed pitch.
Easy night for the pitchers to get warm. Kirk Gibson was in the lineup for the first time in a long time on Wednesday night at Atlanta when he went 1 for 3. That was the first start for him in about 10 days since the 18th. He was sidelined with a strained right groin muscle. Went down after playing in only 14 games. It goes down swinging to record the first out of the inning. Good breaking pitch by De Leon, and that looked like the breaking ball as opposed to the forkball.
Well, certainly not a good start after Gibson commits the error in left field in the first inning. Now has a chance to put the Dodgers on the board, but goes down swinging. Another off-speed pitch there. Good sequence of pitching by Jose De Leon.
Well, let me go back to the point that you brought up, that he doesn't have what he used to on the fastball, mid to upper 80s at the best. And he tries it to Lenny Harris on the second delivery, and it's ripped right into right field, as they're going to place Eddie Murray on intentionally to load the bases.
Not only is this a good move just to set up the potential double play in the first inning and get out of it, but Eddie Murray has hammered Jose De Leon. 3 home runs and 16 at bats, hitting .500. So regardless of whether or not someone feels this is a good decision in the first inning, based on what he has done, this is a good decision.
So the bases are loaded for the Dodgers. Scoreless tie, bottom of the first.
Batting fifth, number 21, right fielder, Hubie Brooks.
And the fundamentally sound call by Whitey Herzog as he looks for the double play to bail his right-hander out of the inning. De Leon career-wise 3-5 against the Dodgers. A 4.31 earned run average.
Another reason why this is an effective move is because Hubie Brooks is only hitting .119 lifetime against Jose De Leon, with 10 strikeouts and 42 at bats.
1-0. I know Whitey Herzog does, as well as Tommy Lasorda, and I would think in this day and age that about 99% of the managers keep up with the individual numbers against his starting pitcher.
If you don't, you're certainly going to hurt yourself. You have to know who does what against whom, and it certainly helps managing an easier job.
Hard hit ball, but foul. Hubie has been in a power slump. He has not had a home run since the 9th of June. That was 45 at bats ago.
Could be related to the wrist injury that he has had, and also the shin splints. Sometimes when you've got nagging aches and pains, it's extremely difficult to get things rolling.
The 1-1. Popped up into right center. Plenty of time for Huddle to move under it. That'll bring him a run, though, on the sacrifice fly. It's deep enough. Harris touches the plate, and the Dodgers have the lead. So Brooks at least gets one in.
Batting sixth.
That's the second out of the inning.
Catcher, Mike.
And the Dodgers, when they score the first, a 16-4 mark. And even though it is only one run, as they still have an opportunity with runners at the corners, it's got to be so helpful to the starting pitcher. As Mike Scioscia, one of the most consistent Dodgers all year long, and you don't see it in the offensive numbers all the time, especially with the Scioscia. 257 to start the night. There's that breaking ball catching the outside edge. 0-1.
That's the 4th or 5th breaking ball in a row, depending on the last one that he threw to strike out Gibson. But I was really surprised that the pitch selection that he used to try and get Hubie Brooks, he threw some very good forkballs to Gibson, and it looked like that was his pitch early on, with a fastball in on their hands. But he went to something that Brooks could get in the air and get that first run home. The forkball is going to produce more ground balls and a potential double play, and that's what he wanted, but he didn't get.
So it's Javier down at third. Murray over at first. And I am glad we're not doing 3 this weekend, because I don't know if my voice would hold out. With Scioscia at the plate in a 1-1 count. Ball and 2 strikes. Fouled off to the left side. Dodgers 2 games under the 500 mark. And in my estimation, the Cardinals the biggest surprise in the National League this year. 13 games over the 500 mark. We talked about it a little bit before we went on the air tonight. You mentioned maybe the Cubs because of their successful season last year. But when you look over the last 10 years at what the Cardinals have produced under Whitey Herzog, you expect them to be in it just about every step of the way.
A number of people thought they'd be right there with the New York Mets, and now it's the New York Mets that are hot, and the Cardinals that are the ones continuing to struggle. The Mets won for their 11th game in a row, beating the National League West leader Cincinnati, so they're really back on top of their game.
It was a 4-2 win for the Mets over the Reds, while the Phillies top the Astros 2-0. Good news for Angel fans. The Angels already winners on the road by the score of 7-2. Dodgers looking for more right now with 2 away in the bottom of the first, leading by a run, and a 1-2 count on Mike Scioscia. Hard hit ball, backhanded by Akendo for the force play, and that takes care of the Dodgers. But the Dodgers do come up with a run. 1 run on 1 hit, and after one, they're on top by a run. Welcome back once again to Dodger Stadium. Good to have you with us on Sports Channel for Dodger Baseball. First of a 3-game set between the Cardinals and the Dodgers. Dodgers have taken 4 of the first 6 against St. Louis this year, taking all 3 in St. Louis, while the Cardinals took 2 out of 3 here recently at Dodger Stadium.
Leading off the second inning for the Cardinals. And batting
Go ahead, Joel.
Number 9, third baseman.
I don't think it's the right call. But the Cardinals are here tonight. And leave it up to our cameramen to find any available bird, even a pigeon. We'll buy it. We'll take it. Terry Pendleton starts it off in the Cardinals half of the second. One of the most famous uniforms in baseball, that birds on bat logo. The St. Louis Cardinals is Pendleton. Offers. Strike 1. Terry's 29 years old. Channel Island High School in Oxnard. Played his college ball at Fresno State. And his 265 average right at his career mark of 263. Evens it up at a ball and a strike. put together a solid season last year. Not hitting for the power that they would expect it. Third with only 5 home runs thus far compared to 13 last year. But he did play in every game last season. He was bothered by a hamstring. We didn't see him in the last series against the Dodgers as he rips it down the right field line, and it just curves foul and out of play. Evans at a 2-2.
Cardinals have struggled offensively most of the year, and it's really a club that loves to be aggressive. Whitey likes to hit and run. He likes to steal bases. When they do get on base, it seems like everybody's running at once, but they just have not had many opportunities to stay and be as aggressive as Whitey would like.
Fly ball off the bat of Pendleton for Stan Javier. And it's the first out of the inning. So Valenzuela gets him on a 2-2 pitch. Fernando early in his career owned St. Louis. He dominated the Cardinals. Now, though, he's had problems winning decisions. He has not beaten the Cardinals since 1988. This is his first start against St. Louis in the Kern campaign. As Akendo goes after the first one, plenty of time for Javier and Gibson to converge. Stan's got it. 2 up and 2 down.
Seems like when a club is struggling, much like the Cardinals and the Dodgers for that matter, when we continue to focus on some of the problem areas that the club has had, the Dodgers, for the most part, they're struggling bullpen. But it now has gotten to a point where, with the exception of Ramon Martinez, that their starting rotation is becoming more and more inconsistent. It's hard to tell whether the 4-man rotation is going to allow that to continue to happen or whether it's going to be something on the plus side. We just really don't know unless it's over a period of time. But certainly the Dodgers continue to search for that 5th man in the rotation, and at this time unable to find it.
This is Whitey Herzog's kind of ball player. Rex Hudler 0-1 count at the plate as he tried to bunt his way aboard. Hudler's already started at 7 different positions for Herzog this year since coming over the start of the season for the Montreal Expos. But he gives Whitey not only the versatility but good range in the outfield. He's a better than average right fielder.
Hasn't really had an opportunity to play much, but has outstanding speed. Gets down to first base from the right side in less than 4 seconds, so you know that he's out there for his speed. A lot of speed in this lineup. They just have not been able to generate any offense.
They have not been able to generate much of anything, and maybe it goes back to the Tom Bernansky trade a little bit too, because all of a sudden you didn't have to fear the middle of the Cardinal batting order. Guerrero not protected quite as much in the power positions when you cluster the power in the middle of the batting lineup. And now they can work around Guerrero a little bit more. Zeal's got to come through. He has recently, but still only 8 home runs. Fouled off at the plate, a ball and 2 strikes.
You look back at why would the Cardinals trade a guy who can protect Pedro Guerrero, drive in 80 runs, hit 20 home runs a year. Well, Todd Worrell. They had to go out and get a stopper, and Lee Smith from the Boston bullpen was available, and the trade was made.
You haven't seen much of that from Whitey Herzog this year. You saw the smile on his face. He hasn't been smiling much lately. 33 home runs, last in the majors. Now granted, they play in a ballpark that is very, very difficult on power hitters. But Bernansky and Guerrero each right around 20 to 25 per season in a St. Louis uniform. As Hudler is fooled on the screwball, Griffin's under it. And it's an easy inning for Fernando. Cardinals go quietly in their half of the second. An inning and a half is in the books, with the Dodgers still leading by 1. The Dodgers centennial celebration continues, and we look at the batting leaders by decade, all the way back to the 1890s. Zach Wheat in the 20s, Dixie Walker in the 40s, the great Jackie Robinson in the 50s, Tommy Davis, Steve Garvey, and Pete Guerrero is wearing a different uniform this evening. Over at first base for the Cardinals. Happy birthday, Pete. Got to wish him a happy birthday in the clubhouse. I said, how old? He said, 31. Somebody chimed in. That was the year you were born, Pete. Happy 34th, Pedro.
Well, he told me he was 28. So I said, is that the Dominican?
I asked for a birth certificate immediately. There were a couple of big cakes, and he was passing them out before the game. He's trying to get him out of there. I guess he's, like most of us, watching his weight. In St. Louis in the summertime, though, you can sweat it out in a hurry.
That's for sure.
You don't have to worry.
Boy, on that carpet, it can get to 135, 140 degrees on a good hot summer day.
Juan Samuel leading it off with the Dodgers. It's even now to ball on a strike. A lot of curveballs from Jose De Leon. More curves than the forkballs.
Especially to right-handers. It's almost like he wants to back him off the plate, but it's such a long, sweeping, slow-breaking ball that it certainly gives the hitter enough time to readjust.
Now, how tough is it on a pitcher like Jose De Leon? Taking maybe some direction, instructions, if you want to call it that, from a rookie catcher in Todd Zeile, as opposed to a Tony Pena, who's been behind there for the Cardinals for a few years now.
Well, to me, a pitcher was always in control of his game. He's always got the ability to shake him off. Catcher can put down the signs, but if he doesn't want to throw it, it's his ball game. It's why you have sometimes the situation that exists now up in Oakland with Bob Welsh and Ron Hasse. Steinbach is the everyday catcher, but not when Bob Welsh pitches. It's because they have this chemistry that works extremely well together, and Bob Welsh relies on Hasse to guide him through it, something that Terry Steinbach might not be able to do quite yet. But certainly, in my opinion, it's the pitcher's win-loss, and he's got to make the decision to stay in control. But it certainly helps to have a catcher who is thinking along the same lines.
3-2 count. Leadoff man for the Dodgers in the second. And it's ball 4 to Samuel. Well, that's nice to see for Juan and Dodger fans as well, that he is accepting walks these days, because of course he was in that horrendous slump.
Number 7.
Tied for third in the league with 25 steals, but he has been stuck right around 24-25 now with that total for quite some time.
The Dodgers, for the second inning in a row, now have the leadoff runner on, and both times runners with speed, followed by left-handed hitters. So we'll see what happens here. Tommy does like to stay aggressive once he gets the lead, and even though it's early, he wants to put as much room between he and the Cardinals right now.
Alfredo Griffin with a runner going, and Samuel has gone down for the 8th time this year as Griffin went after it. Todd Zeile with a good throw.
First pitch running, Juan Samuel does get a pretty good jump, but it's a good pitch in a good location. Ball beats him to the bag.
No question on the call down at second base. So Samuel still at 25 in 33 attempts.
Good pitch for Zeile to handle. Ball out on the outer half of the plate and up. Easy for him to step out and get, and almost as good as a pitch out.
The 1-1 to Griffin. Fisted foul. Running up the bat handle, and it's a ball and 2 strikes. Now, let me ask you this. Do you sense that at times, if you don't get to a De Leon who's a veteran and the bases are loaded with only 1 away, you only come up with 1 run in the first? Is that as frustrating to the Dodgers as it would seem to be, and maybe De Leon has a sense of relief now?
I think any time a pitcher can get out of a jam with less than you anticipate giving up, then it's a big plus. But you see here Alfredo Griffin swinging at a ball. It's well out of the strike zone. Pitch before, well in on his hands, about 8 inches off the plate. And the ball that Samuel got thrown out at second base with was a ball that he normally swings at. So it wasn't such a bad pitch. They didn't want to just say, okay, we're going to throw a pitch out here, but we're going to throw it off the plate. This guy does not walk.
So there's 2 away after what appeared to be a promising start for the Dodgers. In their half of the second, the leadoff walk on the 3-2 pitch to Samuel, who was promptly gunned down by the former Bruin Zeile.
To me, that last pitch was the only pitch he has thrown well in this inning. Lost Samuel. He threw pitches off the plate that weren't even close to being strikes against Alfredo Griffin. He just does not look sharp here in the early going, and yet has only given up 1 run.
And now, third base umpire Paul Runge, the crew chief of this group, says it's an 0-2 count, that Valenzuela did go around in that last offering. Ball and 2 strikes. The Dodgers at 35 and 37 trail the Reds by 10.5, make it 11 rather. 10.5 if you want to count the loss. 11 to start the night. 10.5 right now. And they can pick up that extra half game if they can top St. Louis tonight to move within 10. As the Reds lost to the Mets 4-2. That's 11 straight wins for the New York Mets. The similarities when you look at Tommy Lasorda and you think about the problems the Dodgers have had, the frustrations he's experienced, have been of the pitching staffs for both teams. For Whitey Herzog's Cardinals and Tommy Lasorda's Dodgers. They have been let down more by the staff than the everyday 8. And when it comes to the Dodgers, just recently the starting rotation has been a disappointment. Before that it was the bullpen, where you really couldn't trust a lead for the Dodger bullpen. And all year long the bullpen's been a sore spot as Fernando sends it deep, but not deep enough to center field. So we're watching two teams tonight that definitely need help down the road in their respective pitching staffs. End of 2 at the stadium. Dodgers still by 1. Will they get another run for me to work with, he's asking. And I thought it was hot in the booth. He's in a warm-up jacket.
What a week of weather
an
we
angelic
had.
appearance on Sports Channel as we get ready to move to the top of the 3rd inning.
Leading off the 3rd
That
inning
is
for
the
Cardinals.
purest form
And
of
batting
a baseball fan.
Number 1, shortstop, Ozzie Smith.
One of the great smiles in Major League Baseball, despite the .217 average, belongs to the Wizard of Oz, Ozzie Smith. It's got to be tough on him because he has worked so hard over the last 5 to 6 years to get his offensive end of his game up to the point where they're not talking about just what a great defensive gem he is at short. Just a bit better than a 200 hitter career-wise against Fernando. And it's even now to ball and a strike. Smith, De Leon, and Vince Coleman coming up for St. Louis. Two and 1 count at the Cardinals shortstop.
Over the course of the first 2 innings so far, Joel, the Cardinals are putting the ball in the air, which is not a good sign for a ball club that has great team speed. Not too many power hitters in the lineup. For them to be successful, they have to make contact, put the ball on the ground.
Your point illustrated perfectly. Ozzie Smith almost looked like he was swinging for the fences, which is a mistake when you're a line drive singles hitter. And there's one away.
The reason for that is because if you have guys that have great speed, you want to put the ball in play from a line drive type of hitter down. You want the ground ball type of hitter. You want to put the ball in play. You want to make somebody run and catch it and try and throw you out. When you hit the ball in the air like a power hitting club does, you're creating a situation where now you only have to catch it to get the out. Cardinals certainly not helping themselves by this kind of a philosophy.
De Leon into the bucket he goes. You see the little grin on his face as he fell out of the batter's box on that one for strike 1. He looks like he should be a hitter until you see him swing.
Well, that's what he is. He's a swinger. Another one of the players from the Dominican who I think they must, when they get out of bed in the morning and they go to the park when they're young and start playing, they just start swinging the bat. It must be right next to the bed. They don't want to wait for anything too good.
The pitcher that I like to watch hit the most was Joaquin Andujar. He thought of himself as a switch hitter.
He certainly did, and he used to swing very hard. Occasionally he'd make contact, but this is not the case for De Leon either. Does not make contact on this screwball down in the strike zone. Good pitch by Fernando.
And it's the second strikeout for Valenzuela. As Fernando is yet to allow a hit to St. Louis through 2 2/3. We're out of the top of the batting order for the Cardinals now. And their left fielder Vince Coleman, who almost beat out the ground ball that he sent to Alfredo Griffin for an infield single.
He makes it extremely difficult for the inner defense of any club. They have to shorten up on the infield because he's got such great speed. Now, you're going to take maybe a step and a half 2 steps away from him just by turning him around and put him on the other side of the plate. But certainly you have to be aggressive defensively to throw him out.
On-base percentage this year for Coleman, .344. They were really disappointed with Vince last year. His on-base percentage dropped down to .316 after an on-base percentage of .363 in '87. So back to numbers that you normally see around .340, .350 in that department for Coleman. And he's going after a pitch and trying to send it towards the fences.
They're not a very selective club, but certainly Vince Coleman has to be a guy that needs to get on base to set the table for the top of the lineup. And he's on a course right now to steal right near 100 bases. Already has 45, and the Cardinals as a team have stolen 110.
I've always considered a player like Coleman, when you look at his numbers, the on-base percentage, the way he manufactures runs, the way he finds a way to get on base, the most important number. He's in the leadoff spot. He has got to be on base for the Cardinals to be successful.
I think many fans fall into the idea that what is your average, what do you hit, as being the most important gauge for a hitter. It is not. It is how you use your abilities to help the club the most. And certainly with Coleman's speed, he needs to be selective at the plate, needs to draw his walks, and of course when he gets on base, he'll steal second, he'll steal third, he'll create all kinds of problems for that defense.
Leads the National League in stolen bases. If he stays on top, and he's got a 15 stolen base lead right now on Eric Yelding of Houston. So he goes down swinging. He become the first National Leaguer since Maury Wills to accomplish that feat of leading the league in stealing 6 straight years. We'll be right back to Dodger Stadium with the Dodgers on top. We move to the bottom of the third at Dodger Stadium. Dodgers scratched out a hit in the first on only 1 run, or scratched out a run on only 1 hit in the first, and really could have capitalized a minute a big inning as they had the bases loaded with only 1 away. But Hubie Brooks flied out to drive in that only run for the right fielder, and then Mike Scioscia hit the ball hard but right at the second baseman for a force play. Lenny Harris, top of the batting order, leads it off for Los Angeles, trying to bunt his way on. Goes after it for strike 1. Lenny came around to score that run for the Dodgers, leading off the bottom of the first with a solid single to right. Now let's see how many fastballs he sees from De Leon, because he jumped all over the fastball from De Leon on a 1-0 delivery. It's a breaking ball, but it's a big chopper for Akindo. Jose Akindo, a favorite of Whitey Herzog's, because just like Rex Hudler, he can play a good 7-8 positions for him.
Really turned out to be a great defensive second baseman right there with Ryan Sandberg. He's off to a slow start, but is now picking things up. Hopefully the Cardinal second baseman will have an outstanding second half.
Stan Javier reached safely with a sacrifice and made it all the way to second on a throwing error by Todd Zeile back in the first. Takes the first one over the inside edge for strike 1. Better than a .400 average over his last 16. Scoring 16 runs in the process. And when you think about it, he would not have the opportunity that he's in right now that is presented without that injury to Kirk Gibson. And all of a sudden he had the opportunity to get back into center field. Now he does not want to give up the position. He was almost not even in the lineup tonight. Had Cal Daniels not felt a little stiff in the batting cage, it probably would have been a lineup with Daniels in left and Gibson in center. Stan Javier becoming the 3rd strikeout victim of De Leon, who started with 84. 3rd best in the National League.
Good high fastball, runs up and away from Stan Javier. Has absolutely no chance of catching up with that fastball, but certainly Stan Javier has played an outstanding center field. A young player with excellent skills, done an outstanding job offensively. Really picked up his on-base percentage, his average, and a guy right now is wondering, what are they going to be doing here with Kirk Gibson and when?
Gibson had a first inning he'd like to forget. Committed an error out in left field in the top of the first and struck out in the bottom of the first. And now at 0-1. Started the night with a 196 average.
And did not have a very good swing at that ball in the outer half either, Joel. He did not have a good swing at the fork ball his first time up. Does not seem to be picking up the ball or even seemingly very comfortable at the plate.
Do you leave the cage during batting practice, and if you were in a groove, feel like that would carry over to a contest?
No doubt about it. You're in there to get some swings in, get comfortable, and be in the right frame of mind by the time the game is ready to go. And he just hasn't had an opportunity to get comfortable yet. Struggled for the most part. So again, you hate to allude to the things that have happened to him, but not playing in almost a year has got to be affecting him.
Pops it foul straight back here and out of play. It's a ball and 2 strikes. 2 away, the base is empty. Dodgers by a run. With Eddie Murray on deck and Gibson to the plate. The World Wrestling Federation has nothing on those 2. And now, does she want to accept it? The 1 and 2 to Gibson. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Real tough pitch to lay off there. Real tough. Borderline pitch. Pitcher's type of pitch.
Tap foul at the plate. De Leon, one of the few Cardinal pitchers over the 500 mark. John Tudor at 5 and 3. De Leon at 6 and 5, and then you've got Bob Tewksbury, who's been a pleasant surprise for St. Louis since they called him up from their AAA affiliate in Louisville.
Well, they need more pleasant surprises. I would hate to think that the great Cardinal fans back in St. Louis are ready to call this a season at the midway point. Certainly they are deserving of a much better season than what they're getting.
They do have great fans because they're very similar to Dodger fans. Regardless of where they are in the standings, they are going to be out there 35 to 45,000 strong every night.
Great support, and certainly they're looking for things to turn around. They would love for the second half to be exciting. I don't know how close they can get, but they've got 4 teams to jump over just to get back to the top.
The gentleman celebrating his 34th birthday takes away a base hit from Kirk Gibson. And the Dodgers go quietly in their half of the 3rd. So we've completed 3 at the stadium. The Dodgers got that 1 run back in the 1st. They've made it stand up so far behind the very effective pitching of Fernando Valenzuela. As we get ready to move to the top of the 4th inning. Dodgers and the Cardinals in the opener of the 3-game series. So many memories to talk about with Carl Erskine. One season in particular after what had to be years of frustration for Carl and the rest of his teammates. He is getting hooked up as Fernando Valenzuela gets ready to deal to Willie McGee, Pedro Guerrero, and Todd Zeile. Valenzuela on top of his game tonight is not allowed to hit to St. Louis over the first 3 innings. Carl, let's start from the very beginning. And the very beginning, when you signed as a Dodger, you play as a Dodger, now you come into the clubhouse. There's Jackie Robinson and some of the others. Had to be great.
Right. Well, of course, I was a kid, like most of us in those days. We're barely out of our teens by the time we got the big leagues. I came into the Dodger organization at a beautiful time. After World War II, regrouping, the club was rebuilding, and young players had a chance to go up fast. So we were all young in the early stages of our careers.
Liner off the bat of McGee. Gibson's got it. There's 1 away. Continue, Carl.
And it was a lot of competition for jobs. The Dodgers had about 800 players under contract in those years, 25 farm teams, 1-year contracts, a lot of pressure to produce every time out. And if you faltered a little, you went back to the minors and had to make it back again. But I think those years brought the best out in a lot of us. And I know I hated to be optioned back, but man, you had to battle to get back. And I think some of that push really helped me to sustain my career.
Pedro Guerrero standing in, taking ball 1. Now, was it a frustrating time in Brooklyn, late 40s, early 50s, building up to 55? Because the Dodgers were close, but the Yankees were usually winning.
Yeah, you know, that club really had a great combination of talent, and we lost a tremendous game in 51 when Bobby Thompson hit the home run, and it should have devastated us, but no, we came back and won the pennants in 52, 53, 55, the whole thing. That club had trouble in the World Series with the Yankees, but they were a great team. Listen, those guys were dominant in the American League, won 10 straight pennants. I don't apologize that we lost. I say I couldn't believe it because we had a great team of our own. And I'd have to say pitching probably made the difference.
1-2 to Guerrero. Didn't miss by much. Scioscia thought he had the strikeout. Now, the shot heard around the world, 1951, as we continue our conversation with Dodger pitching great, former Dodger pitching great Carl Erskine. Where were you when it left the park?
Say, I was in the bullpen.
Guerrero into the gap. Javier's got it. There's 2 down.
And the call came down to who was ready, Branca or Erskine. Clyde Sukeforth, our coach, answered. Charlie Dresden, the manager, said they're both ready, but Erskine's bouncing his curve. I had this overhand curveball that broke straight down, and I did bounce a couple. Probably maybe the best curveball I ever threw. I'm not sure after what happened.
Todd Zeile ready to face Valenzuela. So the call went to Branca.
Went to Branca. Ralph came in through a fastball strike and in the wrong place, but he had something on it. Thompson took it for a strike. Next one in the seats. And to this day, of course, I remember vividly what happened in the clubhouse afterwards, because next door, the Giants clubhouse going crazy, in our clubhouse like a tomb. And I looked around. It was a piece of history. I was glad to be there, but I was not glad to be in that quiet clubhouse.
It's interesting the way your mind's eye can recreate things like it happened yesterday. As you say, it's vivid in my memory. The expressions and the feelings.
No question. And you know what? I had kind of a sense of history about things because I just love being in the big leagues so much. I didn't want to miss anything. And I sensed this is one of the all-time moments. So I watched our team come in because I was one of the first in the clubhouse. And so I watched the rest of our team one by one come in, what they did. Dresden ripped his shirt off without unbuttoning it. Robinson fired his glove into his locker. And Branca slumped on the steps leading up to the trainer's room. I remember all that. I could see that big number 13 on Ralph's back. And even though I wasn't superstitious, I mean, that was a picture burned in my mind.
3-0 delivery to Zeile. Ground ball for Alfredo. And another 1-2-3 inning for Fernando Valenzuela. He has faced only one over the minimum. That runner reached on an error. He has been perfect so far besides that. Dodgers leading the Cardinals in the opener of the 3-game series 1-0. Bottom of the 4th inning. Joel Myers along with Ron Say. We're honored to have with us in the booth tonight an all-time Dodger pitching great Carl Erskine of years gone by. Carl, you had the foresight many years ago with an 8mm camera to shoot some videos. 8mm down in Vero Beach.
This spring training years ago, Campanello's had a little trouble with the middle, and this is Charlie Dresden giving him the workout. Clem Labine clowning around, and there's my roomie, the Duke. Classic swing, a great player. And Pepper was always a part of getting ready for any game. That's Glenn Mickens, a minor league pitcher, and myself having a little fun. Well, those are great memories.
What was it like reading The Boys of Summer when you were actually one of the Boys of Summer?
Yeah. Roger Kahn confided in me all through the writing of that book. In fact, he almost gave up on the book. In New York one night at a dinner, he called me off to the side and asked me to help him decide whether he could finish it or not. I said, Roger, suppose you'd wake up tomorrow morning and find out Dick Young, who was another writer with Travolta. Suppose you wake up tomorrow and find out Dick Young had written your book. He went home and finished it.
1-1 count to Eddie Murray. Make it a ball and 2 strikes. 1955. The frustration comes to a conclusion.
It did.
Was that as close to utopia as you've ever felt as an athlete?
You know, we hoped for that, played for it so long, disappointed so many times, and had the whole borough of Brooklyn weeping with us every year we didn't win. And finally, when we won in Yankee Stadium, we went to the clubhouse, and honest to gosh, it was more like a period of reverence before the big celebration. We were so grateful that we finally accomplished this seemingly impossible task.
In awe of the moment?
Right. And there was a quiet period there just momentarily before the celebration really took off. I think we all just had almost a moment of gratitude that it all finally came together.
2-2 count to Eddie Murray. Dodgers leadoff man, the bottom of the 4th inning, Ebbets Field.
Duke Snyder and I were on our way home that year and got stopped by a police officer, a state trooper on the Pennsylvania Turnpike. He said, you guys were going 70 in a 60-mile zone. Let's see what happened with this bloop.
Looks like it should be, and it will be an infield single for Eddie Murray. I'm ready for that police officer's
Anyway,
story.
he says, you guys were traveling too fast. I'm going to give you a warning ticket. Then, without us realizing he even recognized it, he said, by the way, I lost money on you guys again this year. I said, what? We won. He said, yeah, but I bet on you in 49, 52, 53. I said, nuts to you. I'm betting on the Yankees this year. So everybody was frustrated, but I tell you what, that moment is relived every year in Brooklyn by the faithful to a countdown to the very moment the Padres got the last out. So it's a big moment in Dodger history.
Hubie Brooks at the plate. Dodgers have the only 2 hits of the game. A 1-0 lead. Up the middle it goes. Doesn't find a hole. It'll turn into a double play. Ozzie Smith shading him to that side. And well, you were a part of Dodger history. When the Dodgers moved in the first game at not at Dodger Stadium, but at the Coliseum in 1958. The winning pitcher of that game, Carl Erskine, worked the first 8 innings.
Right.
Giving up 10 hits, 4 earned runs, struck out 6, walked 4. Clem Labine came in for the final inning of work. Would you call that a gutty performance by Erskine?
I'll say so. I was toward the end of my career, and Walt Alston gave me the beautiful opportunity to start that historic game in the Coliseum. And I tell you, it was a struggle that day all the way around. We won the game 6-5, and that's often happened. I needed a little help toward the end. But get the win and be the first win in L.A. I didn't have too many records in baseball, but I don't think anybody can beat that one.
2 no-hitters isn't too shabby, believe me. Mike Scioscia at the plate, 2 away. Carl, we've got to ask you to stick around. This last half inning has gone far too quickly. Do you have a little bit of time for 3 more outs, maybe?
I'm here till Monday, so.
Okay,
whatever
you know, it sounds almost like Ernie Banks. Let's play 2. It's a 1-1 count to Mike Scioscia. I want to get into Ebbets Field because everybody we talk with, and our producer Jim's Rake, I mean, he swears by the temple of Ebbets Field. It's almost a worship of the ballpark that so many loved. I bet you remember every little nook and cranny about it.
I really do, because again, I was a kid, awestruck by the whole scene and loved every minute of it. I made friends with the special cops, with the ticket takers, the ushers. You know, that was all part of that scene. And the old clubhouse, I visualize it now where my locker was, next to Campy, right across from Duke and Pee Wee. Yeah, I do remember that park, and it was an old park too.
Pop foul. It should drift back into the seats. It does so.
And really not in a real good neighborhood, you know. And they had no parking around it. And it wouldn't be right to bring it back today. It just wouldn't fit. But the memory of it and the things that happened there are just so burned in people's mind. There's almost a cult out there of people who have seen a game at Ebbets Field. And people write to me to this day, call me. There's an architect in Wisconsin calls me every once in a while. Carl, could you describe the rotunda to me? How high was it? What, you know, tell me about the marble columns.
Now, you say it wouldn't fit. Granted, it wouldn't fit. And I grew up going to Sportsman's Park. And there was Crosley Field. There was Forbes Field. There were some great old ballparks. But at the same time, wouldn't it be fun to have a high school championship game at Ebbets Field? If the city could have supported it to the extent where they could have kept it up and maintained it, it would have been interesting.
Well, Wrigley Field has been preserved, and that, in a sense, captures that era to a degree. Yes. And so it does keep that era alive. And I think maybe that's why it has survived, because it's probably the last of that era of ballparks.
Juan Samuel takes the first one over the inside edge for strike 1. Now, they say the ball player in this day and age is far better conditioned, a much better athlete overall than the player from your era. But I don't remember any of the players of your era talking about rotator cuffs, or it seemed like all the starters got at least 200 innings in. We didn't have the era of specialty where you had a lot of people coming out of the bullpen and middlemen and short men. What about the ball player, the makeup of the ball player of your era?
No, I tell you what, it's tough to compare eras, to say they're better now or better then, but I think, number one, the one-year contract kept everybody pushing to play, to get in the lineup, and not to take time off. There were many more restrictions on the disabled list in the old days.
With a backstop, it goes. A long run for Zeal. Fortunately for him, it's Socia running the bases. And the Dodgers have a man in scoring position with a wild pitch. Are you essentially saying possibly then that the ball player of your era was a bit hungrier?
Well, he probably had to be because of the way the structure was, the reserve clause. There was no chance to bid, get your services bid for. You played for the same club till they released you or sold you or traded you. Then also, we didn't have sports medicine that's known today. They didn't know what to do to a lot of injuries, especially pitching injuries. They just really didn't know what to do. And you couldn't afford to take 6 months off. Somebody'd have your job.
Right.
So all of that is such a different, it's hard to compare. And I admire players of today. I think they got other hard things to carry. The schedule's tough. They fly all the time. They don't get to bed. There's no, the rest patterns are broken up. The time change. There's a lot of different things that players contend with today that we really didn't contend with. So I think comparing eras is real difficult. Only thing I can tell you is I feel like I could pitch today if I were 25 years old. I think Valenzuela and Hershiser and the good pitchers of today would have won in my day.
It's tight to Samuel, and it's a full count to the Dodgers' second baseman. So the talent level is very, very similar then.
I think pitching, which I watch closer, obviously, than most.
Yes.
With the strike zone being smaller today, no question about that. I think pitchers have to be really inventive, and they've come up with specialty pitches that we didn't have, or at least use very often. Parks are bigger. It's easier to pitch from that standpoint. I'd love to pitch in this park. 360, 330 down the line. It was 296 down the line at Evans Field. It was 318 to right center, where it's 370 here.
318.
318 in the power alley in left field.
How would you compare the foul territory in Ebbets Field to Dodger Stadium's foul territory as we continue our conversation with
Our
Carl
foul
Huston?
territory was about where the skin part is on this infield. It was quite narrow, and the stands were real close to the field. There were hardly any foul balls caught down either line. It was real tight.
Alfredo Griffin with an opportunity to give the Dodgers another run. They lead it by 1. Fastball called strike with Valenzuela on deck.
Juan Samuel has walked twice already in this game.
That's news in itself.
Yes, it is. That's big news. Carl, was there you've obviously had a number of things happen to you that were outstanding through your career. Any one or two or three things that really set out the most in that?
Well, you know, I started the opening game of the World Series in '53 after I was 20-6 during the regular season and led the league. And man, I was rolling and feeling good. And I had a terrible first inning in the opening game. Didn't pitch very long, had to be taken out. The biggest disappointment of my life. But Dressen brought me back with 1 day's rest. He brought me back in the third game. And I was so determined that I wouldn't have a bad first inning that I had 9 of the best innings I ever had in my life, and ended up with a strikeout record, 14 against a tough Yankee ball club, and won the game on Campy's homer in the 8th. That probably stands out to me, being a World Series performance and coming off of a big disappointment. That stood out in my mind, I think, probably as the single moment in my career.
How about your favorite team?
You mean my favorite team now?
No, your favorite team that you used to play on. One that you felt...
Oh, you mean of the years?
Yeah.
Well, I thought in '52 and '53, we had teams that absolutely dominated the National League, but we did not win the World Series. The team in '55, most of the guys on the club felt like was not maybe as good a ball club overall, but gee, we got out of the box so fast. We dominated the league, led by 10 games practically the whole season, and then did win in 7 games in the World Series. But my favorite team probably would be 1953. That was the first year Jim Gilliam was up. We still had Jackie, and of course Campy and Hodges, Reese, Ferrello. That's probably my pick.
And that game you were talking about in 53 against the Yankees, the 14 strikeouts, that was a record, and it stood for 10 years until Sandy Koufax broke it. It was eventually broken later by Bob Gibson,
right.
St. Louis Cardinals.
My son Gary's with me. When we left L.A., he was 9 years old. This is the first time he's been back. He's pushing 40. And he told me when I got home in the series, he was a good friend of Sandy's. Sandy used to kid him a lot in the clubhouse. And Gary came to me when I came home. Oh, we're going to get one. We're going to get one.
Liner, McGee's there, though. Well, we're going to get one from you because you're sticking around. You're not going anywhere, Carl Erskine. It's great to be talking with the former Dodger great. We'll be right back with the Dodgers still leading by 1. Earlier tonight, the Dodgers continuing to honor in the centennial celebration a former great. Tonight, Sandy Amoros. And who could forget his catch? 7th game of the 1955 World Series. Johnny Padres on the mound. Yogi Berra at the plate. And what a catch it was. And another look.
The throw. Look at this.
For Carl Erskine. They doubled up. Was it Gil McDougall over at first?
Gil McDougall, right. And you know, Jackie didn't play that game. He was hurt. And Don Hoke played third. And I always felt that Hoke told Reese where to go with the ball. Nobody ever said that, but he had to, because Reese had his back to the play.
Joining us in the booth tonight, Carl Erskine, former Dodger great, and Carl's going to stick around now. 1955 World Series, a lot of memories. The 7th game, though, was that the biggest play?
That was the play. That turned the whole thing around, and it was the first time that we had what I'd call a real break go our way. It seemed like the ball always bounced funny for us, and a great move by Alston to put Amoros in just the inning earlier.
And he brought in Jimmy Gilliam over to second base.
Right. So that was a master stroke right there.
Terry Pendleton, former Fresno State product, starts it off with the Cardinals. Did he go around? No. 2-0 count.
Fernando is quietly walking into the 5th, Joel, with a no-hitter.
He's stingy.
He is tonight.
It would be perfect, except for an error by the left fielder. Kirk Gibson back in the 1st. This should stay in play for Eddie Murray. And he can't come up with it. Overran it a little bit as it tailed back towards the infield. So another life for Pendleton.
Certainly a catchable ball, even though Eddie Murray has a long ways to go for it. Juan Samuel, usually that's a ball that the middle infielder calls the first baseman off of. Much easier play for that middle infielder to get over and make that play.
Pushed down the same way. Out of the reach of right fielder Hubie Brooks. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Carl makes his home now and has for some time in Anderson, Indiana. Now, is that fairly close to Indianapolis? Or?
Yeah, but 30 miles or so northeast. And I was born and raised there. Never ever left there, really. Went there always in the off season. So I lived there. My wife and I were in high school together. Got married. She went through the whole thing with me in baseball. So we're very well rooted in Anderson, Indiana.
2-2 to Pendleton. Lenny Harris. And there's one away. A no-hitter in 52. A no-hitter in 56. When you go out of the mound, do you feel like you have that kind of stuff on certain nights?
No, you really don't. You really go inning at a time, and the first thing you want to do is to get some runs. and then you know you got a chance if you can hold them. The no-hitter thing's it's almost a freak situation sometimes. But
Lenny Harris again, and I bring it up, of course, because Fernando now has gone 4 2/3 without giving up a base hit, and a lot of help there on a nice play by third baseman Lenny Harris.
Fernando hasn't been much of a ground ball pitcher during this ball game, but 2 in a row down to Lenny Harris, and the first 2 Cardinals are down in order. Must be taking a tip from former teammate Dave Stewart. Pitched a no-hitter tonight in Toronto.
Rex Hudler hits, base is empty, 2 away. Good off-speed delivery by Valenzuela. We look forward to Sunday afternoon's contest, the Equitable Old Timers game. Are you slated for about 6-7 innings, Carl?
I looked at that roster. There must be 90 or some players here. I got an idea it's going to be tough to put a lineup together. We may be out there for 1 pitch at a time.
Could be three pitches per pitcher with all the guys you got to get in the game, Carl.
You know, I hope we have a good crowd early, because I think the Equitable game starts around noon, 12:15 maybe. But there's a lot of fun early with batting practice, the old timers, and they can get fans can get down close and talk to some of them, get a few autographs early.
0-2 delivery to Hudler. And Valenzuela has still not allowed a hit through 5. Carl, thank you so much. It was truly an honor to have you up here tonight.
My pleasure.
Carl Erskine at the ballpark, and don't forget about the All-Star game on Sunday. So Fernando has some insurance with which to work with. Dodgers with a run on 3 hits. As the gentleman we're talking about, Fernando Valenzuela, leads it off. Dodgers trying to get back to the 500 mark over the 3-game set with the Cardinals. Seems like whenever the Dodgers come home, everything that was a problem earlier is turned around. And we saw at the last homestand, they had a couple of road trips, 1-5, 1-7, but all of a sudden they come back to the stadium and they're a different team. They're 21-15 at home, while they're 8 games under the 500 mark on the road.
And very difficult for the players to figure that out too. It's just not, it just does not make much sense. You come home to a ballpark that, yes, it is a ballpark that you play in more, you know a little bit more about it, but still, you have to go out and compete on the road. The Dodgers just have not been a very good road club, and now they come back to Dodger Stadium hoping to get on another winning streak.
Tommy Lasorda needs so much from Kirk Gibson for it to be a successful season. Right now talking about the deliveries of Jose De Leon. That was a great shot, wasn't it? Thank you, Kirk. Fernando trying to add to his lead with 1 swing. Becomes a 4th strikeout victim of De Leon. He's got his hat back.
Lenny Harris.
Now he's got a bat. Tommy better really watch out.
It's the subject matter of a lot of talk about moving back to the state of Michigan, his homeland, and possibly performing in the American League again. But the Dodgers have to be thinking about what's best for them right now too.
Did Lenny Harris ever turn on that one? Went down to get the De Leon offering. And Harris now 2 for 3.
Lenny Harris takes this low pitch down in the strike zone, drives it hard for his 2nd base hit into right field. Now we've got Stan Javier coming up. Presents a problem for the St. Louis defense. Pendleton in even with the bag at 3rd. Possible bunting situation. Good contact hitter with speed on at 1st.
Stan has hit better than 400 over the last 16 games. It gets away from Zeal. Harris with a big turn. He'll try to go to 3rd. He'll make it easily. Forget about the sacrifice now by Javier. That will be the 2nd wild pitch of the evening by De Leon. Tough chance for Zeal.
Pitch that gets away well in front of the catcher. Zeal bounces all the way over to the on-deck circle on the dirt in front of the Dodger dugout. And Lenny Harris with real great speed makes it easy without even a throw from Todd Zeal. Neither club really has had an opportunity to be very aggressive with such a well-pitched game on both sides. And now the Dodgers an opportunity to go 2 runs up with Stan Javier at the plate.
And they'd love to see another sacrifice from Javier, but not a sacrifice bunt. They need a fly ball deep enough in the outfield.
Infield is playing in.
The 1-0. He is going to bunt. The squeeze is on. It's back to De Leon. Only 1 play, and an they've done it so often, and they have been successful on a number of occasions this year. That did not appear to be the all-out suicide squeeze, though.
Well, this is just another asset that Stan Javier has. He knows in a squeeze situation, all you want to do is get the ball down toward the pitcher. Lenny Harris, with his speed, scores easily, and the Dodgers go 2 up. But just a great piece of bunting here by Stan Javier. Handles the bat extremely well. Just gets the ball down in fair territory. De Leon has no other place to go but to retire Javier at first base.
Now Harris waited till there was contact before he really broke for the plate. Gibson gets into it, but gets under it too much. And that is the final out of the inning. But the Dodgers come up with that all-important run. They capitalize with a man at third and less than 2 away. Stan Javier comes through, and the Dodgers lead it by 2. Beautiful night on the warm side. And great that it's summertime and the kids can stay up late and make it out to the ballpark anytime they want now. Good crowd. Ozzie Smith leads it off for the Cardinals. Takes the big looping breaking ball for strike 1. Smith, De Leon, and Vince Coleman coming up for St. Louis. And many thanks to Carl Erskine for joining us in the booth for a little better than an inning, talking about old times, great moments in Dodger history. And we may be watching tonight another great moment in Dodger history. Fernando Valenzuela exactly 2-1 in balls and strikes on the positive side. So far through 5, he has not allowed a St. Louis hit. Ball and 2 strikes.
Fernando's done an excellent job of being able to jump out in front of just about every count to each hitter, and certainly hasn't given the Cardinals any room.
Could be trouble. Gibson on the move, has it.
Just a little looper hit into the short left field. Gibson on the run makes the play plenty of time very easily. But getting back to Fernando, he just hasn't given the Cardinals an opportunity to get anything started. You know, you look at all their offensive statistics and you can understand why they're struggling, but he's just pitched that well tonight.
When do they start thinking about it? Here we are with 1 away in the top of the 6th inning. De Leon to the plate. So it's fisted foul and back out of play. When does that burden of responsibility start to fall on the infielders and the outfielders? Like, I don't want it to get by me.
I think it's there. It's always there until it goes away. So as it gets closer and closer to becoming a reality, there's different philosophies about how you want to go about it. I remember the no-hitter that Jerry Royce threw up in San Francisco, and going into the last out, when I threw the ball, it was coming around the infield back to Jerry Royce. I said, how bad do you really want this?
Valenzuela's got it. 2 down.
And other people would say, geez, don't say anything to them. Just let them be in their own world and let them deal with it. De Leon, not a good hitter, just hits an off-speed pitch off home plate. Fernando going towards the line, takes it himself.
If it gets by Fernando, though, then it's an interesting play. And it could be a very close play.
Didn't think they had enough steam on that little roller to get by him, but he got over there in plenty of time. But getting back to how players deal with a pitcher who is into the 5th, 6th, 7th inning or wherever it may be and has a no-hitter, some people just stay away from him on the bench. You talked about the personality of De Leon in the clubhouse before the ball game. Here's a guy who likes to talk and mingle and socialize before the game. So you never really know what a player's personality is going to be.
One of the few that got away from Fernando tonight to Vince Coleman. And it's 1-0. Baseball players are probably the least superstitious of all professional athletes. I know that.
Yeah, that's for sure. They put their gloves, their shoes, their everything that they do. They carry their bats out to put them in the same place. They put their gloves down in the dugout the same place. Go out to their position defensively the same way. And of course, when you're struggling, then you try to change things around a little bit. But if things are going okay, then they do the same things repetitiously over and over, day in and day out.
We saw Fernando in the last homestand on Sports Channel. Didn't get the complete game, but did get the win. He had a great screwgee that night, but it is nothing compared to the screwball he's operating with so far this evening. Ball and 2 strikes.
And he's getting that pitch that is a borderline strike, and a hitter, especially when you're facing Valenzuela and you get a fastball to swing at, got to take advantage of it. But he's getting now that outer black part of the plate, they call.
Last start
difficult
for Fernando at home was a 5-1 win over the Astros right here on Sports Channel, where he worked the first 7. Giving up 4 hits, only 1 earned run. And Coleman fouls it away, reaching after one low and away. Top of the 6th, Dodgers with a 2-run lead. And Valenzuela still has yet to allow a base hit. That error was committed by Kirk Gibson, giving the Cardinals their only base runner back in the 1st. The 1-2. Socia ready to appeal. It doesn't work, and it's 2-2.
And that last pitch that got into the dirt was one of his real hard screwballs. Usually he's been changing speeds of that, making it a little bit softer pitch, which allows now the hitter to possibly extend and jump out at it. But that one there was very tough to lay off because it had such a hard break right at the end.
Coleman calling time with the 2-2 count. And I would think there's some pressure on the opposition too once you're rolling to the 6th, 7th inning. Shot just fouled wide of the third base bag.
Fernando shook off a screwball, came back with a cut fastball on the inner half, and that just about broke it up. He won't come back with that one again.
He's making his 16th start of the season. 18 games over the 500 mark lifetime at Dodger Stadium. 2-2. And Coleman fooled, but still Vince got a piece of it.
The thing that is very much of a pleasant surprise tonight is that Fernando, now that was his curveball. He's throwing all of his pitches all over the plate, and even the pitches that are just missing are right there in a zone that's very tough for the hitter to lay off. And of course, when a pitcher is around the plate, he's going to get more pitches called for strikes.
He's got Coleman. Another strikeout for Fernando. And the no-hitter is still alive through 6 innings. We go to the bottom of the 6th. The Dodgers still lead by 2. Big story right there. Chris Gwynn talking it over with Fernando Valenzuela. He says, wait a minute, Chris, you didn't talk to me over the first 5 or 6. Don't talk to me now. Eddie Murray will lead it off for the Dodgers in the bottom of the 6th. Los Angeles leading by 2. It'll be Murray, Brooks, and Socia. Breaking ball fouled for strike 1.
I think with Fernando's experience, that's not going to bother him one bit about them talking about it in the dugout. He seems to be so relaxed and throwing so easy and free that he's right on his game, regardless of whether he gets the no-hitter. Certainly is pitching an outstanding game.
Often you'll see, though, in the dugout, when a pitcher goes into the 7th, 8th, and he's still got that no-hitter working, everybody will stay away from him. De Leon on most nights has pitched very well, admirably, giving up only 2 runs on 4 hits. But the Cardinals this year have really had problems scoring runs. And tonight they can't do a thing against Fernando as Eddie Murray pops it foul back here. He's in the hole with the ball and 2 strikes. So the Reds have already lost. The Giants are winning. The Padres also have a lead. And the Dodgers on top of the Cardinals by 2.
This ball game could very well be 0-0 if it hadn't been for a couple of Cardinal mistakes that led to both of the Dodger runs in the 1st and the 5th. One a wild pitch that allowed Harris to move up 2 bases. Another a throwing error on a bunt by Javier. went into right field off the arm of Todd Zeile, this ball game could be 0-0. Dodgers capitalizing on continued Cardinal mistakes.
Three and 2 count now to Murray. Cardinals, believe it or not, are a better team on the road than at home. Cardinals at 14 and 18 away from Busch Stadium. In St. Louis, though, they're only 16 and 25.
And that's real hard to understand because that ballpark is tailor-made for their talent, and it just hasn't lived up to the billing.
The 3-2. High fly ball for center fielder Willie McGee. That becomes the first out of the inning. So Fernando
Brooks, right field.
9 outs away. And tossing a no-hitter. There's one away in the bottom of the 6th.
And those are a long 9 outs too.
The next half inning, he's got to deal with the heart of the Cardinals batting order. McGee, Guerrero, and Zeile. Fastball stays upstairs. 1-0 to Brooks. With Socha on deck. It's turned on by Brooks. It's deep down the left field line, and it stays fair. It's gone. First home run in the last 48 at-bats for Hubie Brooks, dating all the way back to the 9th of June. And the Dodgers have another leading 3-0.
Hubie Brooks with his second RBI in tonight. One similar pitch that he got back in the first inning on a sacrifice fly. Takes this sweeping breaking ball. It stays there right for him, and it's a home run down the left field line.
I think it was only a question of whether it was going to curve foul on him.
No doubt about it.
Mike Socha stands in with one away and takes strike one.
We really haven't seen too many off-speed forkballs from De Leon, which means that he probably is not having a great deal of confidence with it. He's staying now with that flat slider, that slow sweeping breaking ball. It gives a hitter plenty of time to adjust, and of course his fastball has been up.
Oh, 0-2, so ball and 2 strikes.
I mentioned earlier a few innings ago that I did not feel that De Leon was that sharp with his pitches tonight, and the amazing thing of it is that with relative to that last pitch that was hit for a home run, we could have been in a scoreless tie. So he's pitching a very gutty game tonight.
One hopper for Ozzie Smith. Across to Guerrero. That's the second out here in the 6th. It has not hurt De Leon that the Dodgers are coming off a road trip where they did not have a lot of success at the plate.
Second base.
For the month of June, to take it a bit further, the Dodgers only hitting .234, so the Dodger everyday 8 has had problems manufacturing runs.
And when you compound that with the fact the Dodgers moved to a 4-man rotation, more pressure now being put on the starters, who have been, for the most part, pretty inconsistent. If you were going to tell Tom Lasorda that he was going to have a lot of pitching problems this year, with the talent that he felt he had on the club, he would have been extremely surprised to hear that one. But the Dodgers still searching for that 5th man in the rotation. Don't really know where they're going to get it, whether or not the trade of a Gibson would produce that 5th starter, but certainly the Dodgers feel it a necessity to get that 5th starter somewhere.
A 2-0 to Samuel. Pop foul up to the right side. Long run for Guerrero, but he's got room, and he drops it. So a new life for Juan Samuel.
With Guerrero's knees being a problem, certainly doesn't get over there very well anymore. Has plenty of time to make the catch, but the ball just hits right in his glove and pops out.
So far, it has not been a happy 34th birthday for Pedro Guerrero. His Cardinals are down by 3. 2-2 count now to Samuel. He's walked twice tonight, and it is a rare occasion when Samuel picks up 2 walks in the same game, let alone the same week.
Well, it's a good sign.
It's a great sign.
We just hope that certainly he can make the most of that opportunity of getting on base.
Chop foul. It stays 2 balls and 2 strikes for 2 away, and the base is empty.
All the errors tonight, physical errors, have been of the routine nature. Right there for you to catch, and they're just not making the plays. It is usually a sign that your concentration level is not as high as it should be.
Threw it right by Samuel. Juan goes down swinging, and that is 5 strikeouts now for De Leon. It's back to the mound for Valenzuela. He's yet to give up a hit through 6. Dave Stewart throwing his first career no-hitter. The A's blank the Jays at the Sky Dome. Stewart has really had his problems over the last 2-3 weeks, but not tonight. 10-6 now. Willie McGee leads it off for the Cardinals. Rally caps. You think they want a no-hitter thrown at them tonight? That's what I was referring to. The pressure has to be on the opposition as well.
They would love for Fernando to take a peek over in their dugout about right now.
This was just passed along the truck and our producer Jim's rake. In the history of baseball, we may be sitting in on a big one. There's never been 2 no-hitters thrown on the same day. Stewart has already recorded his. In the A's 5-0 win over the Jays, Valenzuela has a 3-0 lead over the Cardinals as McGee taps it foul, and it's a ball and 2 strikes.
This is the part of the order for the St. Louis Cardinals that in order for them to not only break up the no-hitter but to get back in the ball game is very important. Leading off with McGee and going to the power that they do have in tonight's lineup. So this is an opportunity now for the Cardinals to strike back.
McGee struck out, hit the ball hard, a liner into the hole, backhanded by Griffin. Long throw in time.
Good 2-strike pitch by Fernando, hit hard to the backhand of Alfredo Griffin. Comes up, makes a strong throw, and retires a speedy Willie McGee. Good solid contact in the hole. Griffin, plenty of time, and throws out the first Cardinal runner in here in the top of the 7th.
That'll bring up Pedro Guerrero, who's had so much success against the Dodgers since he went to St. Louis in the John Tudor deal. Down and in. Is set up by Mike Scioscia. I thought maybe they'd start with a screwball over the outside edge. Better than a 400 average for against Valenzuela for Guerrero.
And as we mentioned, one of the 2 Cardinals in the lineup that has hit Fernando well during their career. The other one being Jose Oquendo.
Fernando has not issued a walk, but the Cardinals have had 1 base runner. He's back in the 1st on an error by left fielder Kirk Gibson. The 2-0. Missed it fouling out of play. 2 balls and a strike.
Got to be very impressed if you're watching this ball game at home tonight with the pitch selection and location by Fernando Valenzuela. Guerrero, usually a hitter that can turn on that pitch, but that ball, good cut fastball in on his hands.
It has been rare tonight when Valenzuela has even been behind on the count. Now it's 3-1 to Guerrero.
Another confidence builder for him. Been inconsistent. Had some well-pitched games and certainly has met the challenge tonight.
Got Guerrero to go after one that was out of the strike zone, and it's 3-2. This is only the second 3-ball count issued by Valenzuela this evening.
I don't believe Fernando's going to give in to him here.
In the dirt for ball 4. So the Cardinals have their first base runner since the first inning. Five strikeouts so far by Fernando without allowing a hit.
Zeal, catcher.
Now he gives up his first free pass.
And you say the reason why he does not want to give in to Guerrero, well, he's had very good career numbers against Fernando, even though they are in limited number of at-bats. Situation here where he has something on the line, does not want to go ahead and feed him a pitch to hit that might break up something that he could regret. Rather take his chances with Todd Zeal here and set up a double play possibility. Dodgers with a 3-run lead.
Zeal hitting the ball hard back in the first, right at the center fielder, grinding out to the shortstop. He's only grounded into 2 double plays so far this season. That is the fewest by a Cardinal regular. That's what the Dodgers are hoping for right now, a double play depth. Good stop by Socha. And it's 2-0. Now maybe Fernando, as Socha calls time, is trying to be too fine.
I wouldn't say that it's now a part of concern on the Dodger management. Fernando has not made that many pitches, really has done an excellent job so far in this ball game with 1 out here in the 7th inning. Doesn't seem to be struggling at all. Just trying to get players to swing at pitches they had previously been swinging at.
Down the middle, and it's 2-1. 1 away. Guerrero over at first. Valenzuela has now thrown 94 pitches. So he works on the top of the 7th with 1 away. Guerrero with a very short lead over at first. Last start for Fernando. 5 1/3 against the Reds. He failed to hold on to a lead. So the Dodgers lost the game 10-6. Valenzuela giving up 8 of those 10 runs. Three and 1 count. The Cardinal catcher with Terry Pendleton on deck. Seemed like when things were going well over the first 6 innings, it was the screwball over the outside portion of the plate. Now they're looking towards going inside of the right-handed hitter far more frequently than we saw earlier.
He feels very confident with his cut fastball, and he has made some very good pitches on the inner half.
Zeal held up in time. So Valenzuela did not walk a batter over the first 6 1/3. Still has the no-hitter going, but he's walked 2 in a row, and a man is in scoring position now for St. Louis.
This is not a position he really wanted to get into. He's still protecting the no-hitter, but now what he has done is bring a player to the plate that represents the tying run who can occasionally hit the ball out of the ballpark. So it's creating a problem that Fernando hoped that he wouldn't have to face.
Terry Pendleton has 44 RBIs on the season. That is second best on the Cardinals, behind Guerrero's 47. Misses again. So he walked Guerrero on a 3-2 pitch. Walked Zeal on a 3-1 delivery. And now another out of the strike zone. The Cardinal third baseman. Pendleton Lifts it deep to left. Gibson going back to the track. That's the second out. As Guerrero tags and advances. It seemed like everybody caught their breath at the same time at Dodger Stadium when it left the bat.
Pendleton just got out a little too early on that pitch. Ball hit down near the end, which made it die out there, but a little better pitch than Fernando wanted to give him. If he could have stayed back a little bit better, he might have hit that ball out.
Fernando an out away, getting out of the inning with runners at the corners. And Jose Aquindo at the plate.
Good solid contact hitter who has had good success against Fernando. This will be just another challenge here to see if he can protect that no-hitter.
Hard hit ball to the third baseman. Lenny Harris gobbles it up. And the no-hitter continues. Fernando has set the Cardinals down once again despite giving up 2 walks. It's 7th inning stretch time. Fortunately, that was not the temperature in Los Angeles today as Alfredo Griffin leads it off, taking ball 1 from Jose De Leon.
That picture of Mike Marshall reminds me of the game Sunday, the Old Timers game. Believe me, he comes to get people out still. He is here to play.
But he's not intense at this stage of his career.
No, I think he just relaxes, goes right into it.
There's Fernando working on the no-hitter, only 6 outs away. Fouled straight back here.
Nothing like Bob Feller. Not an intense guy when he gets out there.
Have you ever seen a brushback pitch in an old-timers game? We may on Sunday. Did Griffin go around? No, it's a 3-1 count. Valenzuela on deck to be followed by Lenny Harris. Well, when you look at those 2 walks, what they did to Fernando more than anything else is now he's still going to have to face the top third, the entire top third of the Cardinals lineup. That's Coleman, McGee, and Guerrero once again.
That's right. Once they get back to that part of the lineup, which will be at the 9th, he'll have to face those people, possibly with men on base, which is not something he really wants to get to. But
Todd Zeile took the brunt of that last one.
oh boy, that's a nice one. Just hit him flush right on the left kneecap. Not a glancing blow either, just right there. Hello.
So I feel like the trainer was already out and he sprayed you, but you didn't know about it with that.
You know when you go to the doctor and they check your reflexes with those little things? It's like a sledgehammer going right into the top of your kneecap.
3-2 to Alfredo. Popped up behind first for Guerrero. And in foul territory, Pete puts it away for the first out of the inning. There will be quite an ovation coming up for Valenzuela. It is rare when you get to sit in on a pitcher who's been throwing 7 no-hit innings. And it's been a treat so far this evening at Dodger Stadium. Fernando started the night with a .345 averages. Ricky Horton starts to toss in the Cardinal bullpen. Former Dodger to Cardinal before he came all the way back. He had been with the White Sox as well. It's fouled back, and it's 1-1. Fernando's got a 3-run lead. And more importantly, working on that no-hitter through 7. Off the end of the bat, it'll drop in for a base hit. Is that what he really needed, to run the bases?
Well, it must be his night. Does not hit this ball well. Right off the end of the bat, outer half of the plate. It's a flare over short and into short left field for a base hit. Back to the top of the lineup for the Dodgers.
It's been a great night for Lenny Harris. 2 for 3. Hit the ball hard both the first and fifth innings. Solid singles to right. Bats now with 1 away in the bottom of the 7th. Fouling it off to the right side. Should find the stands.
It's a pitch you'd like to have back. That was a breaking ball. Middle of the plate, about belt high. Just got out a little too quick. De Leon seems to have abandoned completely his forkball.
Great success early in the contest with the breaking ball, keeping it away from the left-handed hitters over the outside edge. That's where Zeal is setting up right now. Grounder through the hole, into right for a base hit. Runners at first and second now. The 3rd hit of the night for Lenny Harris, and he's back over the 300 mark.
Lenny Harris stays hot with his 3rd base hit, taking that pitch on the outer half, driving it through the hole on the right side. Fernando down to second, 1 base at a time here. Lenny Harris, 3 hits tonight, 7 hits for the Dodgers in total. Stan Javier stands in.
Couple of sacrifices, the last one an RBI bunt. Bringing home the Dodgers' 2nd run of the contest. The 3rd was to follow in the next inning on the 10th home run of the year by Hubie Brooks. It's a 3-0 Dodger lead as they look for more now. McGee shading the left-handed Javier. The left center, so a huge hold if he could put it in the gap in right center.
Stan Javier takes one with him down the line at first base. He can almost walk there. Guerrero is playing well back. Oquendo shading Javier up the middle. And De Leon does not do a very good job of getting off the mound. So if he decides to drag bunt and take one with him, high degree of success possibility.
Loops one up the middle, long run for McGee. He's got it. Trying for the double play. Nobody's covering first. Guerrero off the bag. And runners advancing to 2nd and 3rd. On the 3rd error of the evening by St. Louis, it belongs to the center fielder.
Stan Javier hits this ball off the end of the bat. Guerrero, thinking that there might be a base hit and would be the cutoff man at home plate. McGee now throwing behind the runner with Guerrero near the mound. There's no one there. Another mistake made by the Cardinal defense.
Now it's a mental mistake by Willie McGee. Is it a physical mistake, though, by Pete Guerrero to go that far off the bag?
He has to be the cutoff man if there is a base hit into center field, because they have a runner that's going also from first possibly down to second and over to third, which means now you have to have the third baseman stay at his position. Guerrero, thinking the ball might fall in, breaks towards home plate. McGee with the shoestring catch, throws on the run without really picking up Guerrero. More of a fault of McGee than Guerrero.
Gibson 0 for 3, takes ball 1. Dodgers lead it by 3. Base hit could easily play 2 more with great speed down at second in the presence of Lenny Harris. Kirk started the night at 196. He's now 1 for his last 6. He's coming back into the lineup.
Gibson with another opportunity to drive in 2 runs. The first one occurred back in the first.
Nasty breaking ball by De Leon, and it's 1-1.
De Leon did not forget what he got Kirk Gibson out back in that first inning. Same circumstances, runners at second and third, but now 2 outs rather than none.
Fastball over outside edge. Ball and 2 strikes. Gibson didn't like the call. De Leon trying to pick up his 6th strikeout to bail him out of a 7th inning jam. Runners at 2nd and 3rd.
Gotta come football. Something off speed. He's heading way out in front on just about everything that he's thrown there.
1-2 is a fastball, and Gibson makes him pay dearly. That's 2 more for the Dodgers. And they now lead it 5-0. Fastball over the inside portion of the plate. Gibson turns and golfs it into right field.
This is a case where a guy just gets a little too cocky. He's got pitches that he's gotten him out with. Now what does he throw him? A fastball right there for him to deliver. And he does, a 2-run single. Amazing.
Valenzuela as well as Lenny Harris.
Once again, the Dodgers capitalize on another mistake made by the Cardinals. Got to give Gibson credit, but that's definitely a mistake by De Leon.
Eddie Murray going after the first one, another base hit. That is the 4th hit in the inning for the Dodgers. De Leon, starting in the 7th inning, put together a pretty productive night, giving up only 3 runs on 5 hits. Things have begun to disintegrate. We saw Ricky Horton warming up in the Cardinal bullpen earlier. He continues to throw.
The Dodgers continuing, hoping to continue to add to their 5-0 lead here. Certainly more breathing room for the pitching staff and Fernando to get that 4th and 5th run. But now, of course, the focus goes back to Fernando on the mound in the 8th with a no-hitter.
It's back to the screen again. The runners at 2nd and 3rd. That was a major league curveball. Fortunately, Zeal didn't know it was coming.
That's about as wild as you get. How do you describe that one?
3rd wild pitch of the night by Jose De Leon. Runners in scoring position for the Dodgers at 2nd and 3rd. They lead it by 5 already. Now, Valenzuela obviously pleased with more room with which to work with, but at the same time, the Cardinals are ready to make a move. You've got to start to be thinking about breaking Valenzuela's rhythm. Craig Wilson into the game already to 2nd base for Oquendo. So the Cardinals are making a double switch. So their pitcher is due to hit 3rd in the 8th. So De Leon did a good job through 6. But it all collapsed on the Cardinal right-hander here in the 7th. And the former Dodger left-hander Ricky Horton is ready to take over for St. Louis as we come back to Dodger Stadium. Everything in control by Los Angeles now. So we'll be right back. Familiar face to Dodger fans, left-hander Ricky Horton in his 24th game of the year with a 5.46 ERA.
Well, what do you think they're going to do here, Joel? First base open, left-hander facing right-hander, left-hander on deck.
Ron, you make the call, and we'll be right back after this break for...
Let our viewers, well, geez, how difficult was that?
So Ricky Horton is in to pad his walk stats.
You know, here's one thing that I do not like, and even though Whitey is considered probably the premier manager in the National League, I do not like to see the guy who comes out of the bullpen issue the intentional walk. What he wants to do is he's concentrated now down in the bullpen on coming out and making good pitches right away. Now what does he do? He plays soft toss with the catcher for 4 pitches, and now he's got to try and get that back.
Catcher, Mike.
I wish you wouldn't hedge on the issue. So the intentional pass by Horton. And now it's lefty against lefty. Mike Scioscia coming up for the Dodgers with the bases loaded.
De Leon is leaving the game anyway. Why not issue the pass and bring in the reliever? That way he's already ready to go.
Scioscia's got 8 home runs already this year after hitting 10 all of last season. Dodgers have been an outstanding team in this situation. They have been hitting at nearly a 400 clip with the bases loaded. Chop foul, and it's even at the ball on a strike. And Scioscia's been one of their biggest clutch hitters all year long, but this is not exactly a tense situation with a 5-run lead.
This is added confidence time. Another base hit, a couple more RBIs. This gives you a better feeling as to having the ability to get those hits with runners in scoring position.
Cued off the end of the bat. We'll find out in just a little bit what kind of effect a 15 or 20 minute half inning by the Dodgers offensively does to the rhythm and the continuity of Fernando Valenzuela. Valenzuela has never even thrown a one-hitter. In his career, he has had 7 two-hitters. You've just joined us. Fernando working on a no-hitter through 7. He's only 6 outs away from his first career no-hitter. Over the outside edge, and Scioscia is punched out of there. So the Dodgers leave the bases loaded, but they've got 5 on the board at the end of 7. We'll be right back to see if Fernando can continue with his no-hit bid. The line score for the Dodgers looks impressive on both sides. Not only the bottom half, but the top half as well. When you look at runs and hits, it's Fernando Valenzuela working on a no-hitter through 7. And in Dodger history, there have been 18 no-hitters, 12 when they were in Brooklyn, 6 here in Los Angeles. The most by Sandy Koufax and Carl Erskine, who's our guest tonight up in the booth. The most recent, the 27th of June, 1980, at San Francisco by Jerry Royce. So Fernando can do it. As Jose Gonzalez replaces Kirk Gibson out in left field, it would be just a little past that date 10 years ago when Jerry Royce accomplished the feat at Candlestick Park. Bottom third of the lineup coming up for the Cardinals: Hudler, Smith, and the new second baseman Wilson.
Dodgers protecting against a possible bunt. Both corner men in on the grass.
2-0 count to Hudler, who's got great speed. Fernando had not allowed a base runner since the first inning when he walked 2. In his last inning of work, the 7th, he walked both Guerrero and Zeal. We got Pendleton on a fly ball to left, a liner to Kirk Gibson. That induced Jose Aquindo to a ground out to the third baseman. Shot foul, and it's 2-1. That was just the 100th pitch delivered by Fernando Valenzuela. Inside edge, 2-2. It doesn't appear that long layoff of 15 or 20 minutes during the Dodgers' 2-run 7th, when the Cardinals also made a pitching change, has affected Valenzuela. If anything, at the outset of the 8th inning, he looks a little bit sharper than he did in the 7th.
Sometimes with the long inning that the Cardinals just had, staying in the field puts a little more pressure on them.
Big chopper. Griffin to Murray.
And you say, why is that? Well, the reason behind that is that they've got to stay out there longer. They were hopefully going to be in a position where they could challenge for this game. Doesn't seem to be that way right now, but what it does, it makes them think about having to get that base hit. And the longer they have nothing to do but think about it rather than try and get it done, as they do now, it just builds the pressure. One down here.
Ozzie started the night at 217. Perfect placement for the pitch by Valenzuela. Well, we saw the Cardinals with rally caps in the dugout in the last inning, but that was when the second, third, and fourth place hitters in the batting order were coming up. 1-1. Now it's the bottom third of the batting order with Craig Wilson on deck. Valenzuela, 5 outs away from his first career no-hitter. Gets the call. Home plate umpire Jerry Lane giving him the outside edge. It's 1-2. Smith didn't like it. Shows his displeasure by stepping back out of the box.
That's definitely a pitcher's pitch. At this point in time, that strike zone seems to be getting a little wider.
Well, Jerry Lane is only human. 2-2. Not that he's going to give any big breaks to Valenzuela. There is a buzz around the ballpark. I don't think everybody's getting caught up in it right now.
This is a situation where a guy has been around the plate with all his pitches all night long, now is getting the benefit.
Hard hit ball, well fouled.
Umpires love to do games in which the pitcher has great control. It makes it a very easy game for him to call, and he's going to get borderline pitches. Such is the case here earlier in the count.
Dave Stewart has already thrown a no-hitter tonight for the Oakland A's at the Sky Dome in Toronto. The A's beat the Jays 5-0. Full count now to Ozzie Smith. If Valenzuela can throw a no-hitter, it would be the first time in big league history that two have been thrown on the same day. You deserve it. Take a break. Wipe off the glasses. Circle the mound, but not quite like the Mad Hungarian who used to perform for the St. Louis Cardinals, who's right now in their broadcast booth a little bit down the way, Al Hrabowski.
He took our booth tonight again. That serves him.
Three and two count. Ozzie Smith at the plate. One away. Top of the eighth. And he got him. On a high breaking ball, Valenzuela got away with it. That may have been one of his weakest pitches of the night.
High off-speed breaking ball that Ozzie Smith goes after and does not get.
Wilson, second base.
2 down, 4 outs to go.
And a conversation with Mike Scioscia. What do you think he said? You got away with that one. Please don't try another. My heart can't take it.
Sometimes a hitter will go and see that pitch leaving his hand, looking for a sharper break to where it comes down a little better in the strike zone. Just didn't get there. He swung right over the top of it.
A little high to Craig Wilson in his first at bat of the night. Just called up recently from the Cardinals AAA affiliate in Louisville. Only 26 years old. Lifts it into the gap. Long run for Stan Javier. He's there. The no-hit bid continues for Valenzuela. He's pitched through 8, and they're on their feet of the stadium. The man of the hour, Dodger left-hander Fernando Valenzuela. He is due to hit third in the inning. And he can thank Stan Javier for a great grab in center field for the final out.
Good jump on a ball by Stan Javier. Actually makes this play look real easy. This ball well hit to the warning track. It hauls it in. I see Mickey Hatcher down at the end of the dugout getting a bat, Joel.
You know, I think it's a safe assumption by you, Ron, that they pinch hit for Fernando here in the bottom of the 8th.
With the Dodger Stadium crowd as noisy as it's been all year.
Revolt.
That would make for some very unhappy season ticket holders.
You wonder about those people, though, that left in the 6th and 7th.
Oh.
Samuel gets a hold of one, and it's gone. Save some. Is that an O with an exclamation point on it?
Sam Wells had a productive night offensively, 2 walks, and now this booming home run here to lead off the bottom of the 8th inning will increase the Dodger lead to 6-0. And of course, with Sam Well struggling as much as he has, one of the better balls he's hit here in some time.
Juan had started the night at 205, 1 for 2 with a couple of walks. It's got to be encouraging for Tommy Lasorda to see some patience at the plate by Juan Samuel and picking up 2 walks tonight. Alfredo Griffin fouling it away, and it's 0-2. Valenzuela making his first appearance in the on-deck circle.
Number of hits, good run production, defense has played well. Fernando's pitched great. Just about all you could ask for an easy ball game.
Griffin and a medium left for Vince Coleman. That's the first out of the inning, and here comes Fernando. The bat, Ozzie Smith will take care of it. I think these fans just want the inning to get over with and get Fernando back to the hill.
Fernando might be thinking the same thing.
I was about to say, the guys in the booth up here are feeling that way right now. So Fernando will get ready to go back to the hill. There's still 2 away, though. Lenny Harris due to hit. And we're going to have a pinch hitter coming up, Mike Sharperson.
Attention, please.
We'll see where this plays in the minds of Tom Lasorda defensively for this next half inning. Whether Harris will move over to second base with Sharperson taking over at third.
Mike hitting .303. 2 away, the base is empty. Fortunately for Horton and the Cardinals, nobody aboard, and that would have been the 4th wild pitch of the game. Outside edge, and it's even at a ball and a strike. So the Dodgers got a run in the first. Stayed that way until they got another in the bottom of the 5th to make it 2-0. Run in the 6th, 3-0. They busted it wide open with 2 more in the 7th. Home run here in the 8th by Juan Samuel. And it stands at 6-0. Bouncer up the middle, and Mike's got a base hit. You cannot say enough about the job Sharperson and Lenny Harris have done since taking over for Jeff Hamilton, and he was gone 2 weeks into the season.
They've certainly both filled in to do a great job. Sharperson hits a chopper back over the mound that Wilson has virtually no play on. But as well as the Dodgers have played all facets of the game tonight, it's also indicative of how poor the Cardinals have been and why they're in last place in the National League East. 3 errors, number of wild pitches, and no offense.
Base hit off the bat of Stan Javier. Sharperson won't stop until he reaches third. Runners at the corners with 2 away for the Dodgers. Back-to-back hits by Javier and Sharperson.
Jose Gonzalez.
Productive night for Stan Javier. Sacrifice bunt led to the first run back in the first inning. Squeeze play that produced an RBI, and now his base hit up the middle. Continues to play outstanding offensive and defensive baseball.
First at bat of the evening for Jose Gonzalez, who entered the game as a defensive replacement in the top of the 8th for Kirk Gibson. Horton took something off of it for strike 1. They truly look like a more aggressive team at the plate when they come home. They just don't look like they have that kind of spark on the road, especially when they're up there. 0-2.
Hard to go and understand what goes through the minds of the player when they are on the road. Certainly you want your ballpark to be a familiar one that you're comfortable with and feel more confidence. But certainly the Dodgers could be playing better on the road and will need to if they're going to make any impact in the National League West.
The Dodgers with the win tonight will move within 10 games of the first place Reds. The Reds have already been defeated by the Mets 4-2. And Gonzalez goes down swinging. Second strikeout for Ricky Horton. But the Dodgers do get another run on Samuel's home run, and we'll find out if Valenzuela can come up with his first no-hitter when we return.
And so it has come to this. We go to the 9th inning here at Dodger Stadium. The Dodgers 6 runs, 12 hits, 1 error. The Cardinals no runs, no hits, and 3 errors. It is the 29th of June. In case someday long from now Fernando is playing this back to his grandchildren. And Vince Coleman will start it off. Coleman has grounded to short and struck out twice. Pass ball away, ball 1. For Fernando, it began with the Dodgers in 1980. This is game number 314 for him in his career, and he's had some glorious moments, but none brighter than right now in a screwball high, ball 2. He has a paid crowd of 38,583, over 39,000 in the house, and they are here. They are riveted in their seats. Fernando into his windup, and the 2-0 pitch is in there for a strike. Anytime a pitch is taken at the plate, you could almost neglect to call ball or strike because this crowd would let you know. In 8 innings, Fernando made 107 pitches, so he should have quite a bit of ammunition left. The 2-1 pitch to Coleman, line foul outside of third and down the line. And the crowd oohs and ahs the severity of the blow, and also thinking about how close it might have been to breaking the spell. Coleman, talking about a spell being broken, is hitting .300. He has a 10-game hitting streak of his own on the line. The crowd trying to will Fernando to get an out, and the 2-2 pitch is strike 3 called outside corner as Coleman ran up as if to bunt. And he and Jerry Lane, the plate umpire, are nose to nose. But Coleman has struck out 3 times, and more importantly, Fernando has only 2 outs to go. It is almost incidental to report that that is the 7th strikeout of the night for Fernando Valenzuela. And now Willie McGee, who has hit Fernando hard in the past, tonight struck out, lined out, and grounded out. Takes a look at a pitch low, ball 1. A lot of pressure on a lot of people, including Mike Sharperson, who just came into the game, remember, as a pinch hitter in the bottom of the 8th. And cold, if you could be cold on a night like tonight in Los Angeles, he is asked to play third base 90 feet away from the hitters with a no-hitter in the balance. There is pressure in the press box. Joe Ferguson trying to deploy the Dodger defensive alignment to perfection. Fernando's 1-0 pitch to McGee outside. In looking at the Dodgers, Eddie Murray wide, but even with the bag at first. Sharperson close and even with the bag at third. The outfield shaded to left. Javier slightly into left center. Brooks giving McGee most of right field, and Gonzalez straight away in left. Fernando reading his buddy signs, Mike Scioscia, and the 2-0 Scroogey is high, ball 3. For the record, the men behind him, Eddie Murray, Juan Samuel, Alfredo Griffin, and Mike Sharperson, Jose Gonzalez, Stan Javier, and Hubie Brooks. Fernando back 3-0, and he is inside, ball 4. So now, when he needs everything he has, he will have to pitch out of a stretch with Guerrero and Zeal coming up. There's almost some poetry in the moment to realize the former Dodger the good friend of Fernando as a teammate, and it is Pedro Guerrero hitting .294 with the opportunity now to break up the no-hitter. Guerrero hit a looping fly ball to shallow left, dropped by Gibson for an error, fly to center and walked after that. And there goes McGee, and the pitch is hit foul outside of third and down the line, 0-1. So McGee going on the pitch, Fernando intent on getting Guerrero, because McGee, with all of his talent, can't steal a no-hitter from first base. McGee has stolen 21 out of 25, with the Cardinals down 6-0. It's not that McGee wants to steal, but the Dodgers don't want to hold him on. Murray is well off the bag, and so McGee figures, if you're going to give it to me, we'll get it and take it. The strike one pitch to Pedro Guerrero, swung on and missed. And the crowd now with more emotion following every pitch. There was a short chant, Pedro, Pedro, as they did in Boston in the '86 World Series to try and taunt Strawberry. And now they're doing it to Guerrero, hoping to distract him, hoping to upset him, hoping perhaps to make him try too hard. Fernando ready, and the strike two pitch is hit back to the box, dribbling to second. Samuel on the bag, throws to first, double play. Fernando Valenzuela has pitched a no-hitter at 10:17 in the evening of June the 29th, 1990. If you have a sombrero, throw it to the sky.
Fernando Valenzuela with his first no-hitter, and the first for the Dodgers since Jerry Royce in 1980. It was off his glove, but Samuel was shading him to that side of the infield.
With McGee running 2 pitches prior, something they did not want to happen, turns out to be the downfall. And the no-hitter is preserved.
And how did Fernando feel after it tipped his glove? Yes! Socia was ready.
We were ready.
Since the 5th. We started talking about it in the 5th inning. And Fernando accomplishes a dream this evening at Dodger Stadium. It was a masterpiece this evening as the Dodgers come home beating the Cardinals 6-0. But that's not the story. The story, Fernando Valenzuela, a no-hitter, his first, the first for the Dodgers since 1980. We started talking about it because of the screwball, the great cut fastball that he possessed tonight way back in the 5th.
Well, it doesn't get any better than this. Of course, he had the great fastball. Movement on his fastball, was on location all night long, never gave the Cardinals an inch to move with, and they just pitched great. Super game.
Without a doubt, our Budweiser player of the game this evening, Fernando Valenzuela, as we head downstairs now to the happiest man in Southern California. Fernando, Joel Myers upstairs with Ron Say, congratulations. We enjoyed sitting in on your dream come true. When did you start thinking about it?
Well, really, thank you. I think, you know, this is my 10th year with the Dodgers, and really, you know, this was my first exciting game. Really, I'm very happy. You know, the team offense, they doing pretty good. My teammate behind me, they're playing great. I think, so, you know, that's why I have this game, because all my defense and offense behind me playing pretty good. But really, I never thinking, you know, throw no hitters. So I go every inning and I try to go hard and take the first man out. That's what I try to do in all game.
Fernando, just an outstanding performance. I felt that this is the best we've seen you pitch, obviously, all year long, but I thought you had your best screwball and your best cut fastball tonight. How did you feel?
Yes, I think the main thing in this game, I think, is the control. You know, I haven't tried to keep the cut fastball inside and the screwball away. So I think all my pitches working pretty good, and the curveball sometimes against right-handed. You know, I try to throw it down and in, and I think you know, when in the egg when Wilson hit that ball, I think it's going out, and I say, well, we have 5 runs behind me, and let's go win the game.
Fernando, I was just about to ask you about Mr. Wilson, Craig Wilson, that is. He comes up with 2 outs in the top of the 8th inning. Now, you haven't seen him. He's only 2 for 9 since coming up from Louisville. Did you know anything about him at all? And when it left the bat, did you think Javier had a chance?
Well, really, I don't know. You know, I don't have a report about him, but you know, I called Shosiak to talk about him, and he said, let's go throw a cut fastball inside, and let's go with the screwball away. So that first pitch is a ball, and I come next pitch is the screwball. So you know, he hit the ball pretty good, but you know, fortunately it's right out, and Javier is there, and you know, the final inning.
Fernando, stay on cloud 9 for a long, long time. Thank you for joining us. Congratulations once again.
Okay, thanks, Guy. Thank you.
All right.
All right.